little better. A little brighter in here now. I've got an LED light that Tom from Tom's Stranger Things donated to me, and it really helps tremendously. So there'll be other things I'll be adding on later, but we'll talk about that when the time comes. Anyway, good to see everybody. Hope you all had a good week. And let's start with saying hello to everybody. And let's see who we got here first. Looks like Hot Dog Pilot Andy got the cookie, the Christmas cookie. So enjoy that cookie, Andy, and glad you're here. And let's see who else came in here. James Galton, Dundas Junction Model Railroad. He got the half cookie, but he's not going to be here tonight because he's doing a Christmas function with his choir group. I know he'll have a good time, so hopefully he'll catch the replay. And let's see who's in there after that. Looks like John Nippenberg, he got the crumbs. John, good to see you here. Well, even if you get the crumbs, it's better than nothing, right? Matter of fact, he went on to say that. Come on, bring it up. There you go. He says, I guess that's better than a sniff or a nada. And of course, I responded with, there will be no cookie sniffing on my channel. So bear that in mind. Tom Grassi. Hey, Tom. How you doing? Good to see you here tonight. And I don't know who this is. Lionel Trains in 1900. I have a suspicion, though. We'll see. Anyway, good to see you, Lionel Trains. And Christopher Williams. Hey, Christopher. Good to see you here. Enjoy your stay. Yep, that's what I thought. Lionel Trains is none other than I don't know what I'm going to do with him. Thomas More. Supposed to be Spike Man. We thought that was permanent. Remember he said, I'm never going to change my name again. Well, he lied. Anyway, good to see you here, Thomas. Joe Rader, Black Rock Central Railroad. Hey, Joe, good to see you here. Even Joe said the same thing. Another name change? I'm telling you. You got to stop this stuff, man. It ain't right. Yeah, we have Chuck Schreiber. Good to see you, Chuck. Glad you're here. Let's see who else we got. The Gigliottis. Hey, Ray. Good to see you here. Hope you're doing well. And that's everybody so far. Thomas, I don't know what I'm going to do with you, man. You know, there's probably at some point where they're just going to ban you from YouTube because, you know, how many times you changed your name so far? Like, what, 50? I don't know what's wrong with you, man. Alright, well anyway, so we have working internet tonight. Knock wood. I guess they may have took my threat seriously. You know, they listen in you through your phone and stuff. I was talking to my wife, Roy, and I said, you know, these fuckers screw up again on me. I'll drop them like a hot potato and go to Starlink. And believe me, I will. I still may wind up going to Starlink. Who knows? It all depends upon what Comcast does in the near future. I have a sneaking suspicion they were throttling me. It just seemed too odd that every time, you know, 6 o'clock rolls around on Thursday and the speeds drop off a little bit. Next thing you know, I'm in the red. It's bullshit, you know. I don't know what the hell they're pulling, but they better stop. Or they're going to lose another customer. Let's see. Yeah, Thomas, I did have to cancel last week because literally the internet was down. I had 0 upload speed, so I couldn't get anything out. So after I decided to call it, that was at 6:15 thereabouts, I shut it down. And by 8:30 that night, it was all back up to normal, and I said, well, it's too late to go back on. Like I said, I was a little pissed off about the whole thing. So we'll see. Ray goes, where's the best place to buy filament? Well, for me, I've been using eBay. You type in the filament you want. I use Sunlu, Sunlu. It's a good filament and it's very inexpensive. I buy bulk. I usually get five 1 kilogram spools. You know, the full spools of it. They're like, I think $70, which is a hell of a deal. So you might want to check that out. And Amazon has it, but you know, they're a little pricey. I mean, you might find something cheap, but you want to be careful the filament you use. Like I said, I've had good luck with the Sunlu, so I'll stick with it. Because I bought other filament brands, and they didn't work too well. Problem with tangling up, getting caught up in the machine. It's just not worth the aggravation. So, if you want some good advice, stick with Sunlu and get it on the eBay. Like I said, you could do a search for it. There's several places that carry it. I think it all comes out of California, I believe. Or maybe Texas. I don't remember which one. I know something. Maybe it was Texas it came out of, but you know, it's all imported from China anyway. But I got 5 spools for $70. That's not bad. That's free shipping and on the whole 9 yards. So, I mean, that works out to what, $12 or $13 a spool, something like that. It's not bad. Anyway, good luck with that. Let's see. Why are you sorry, Thomas? I'm not sorry. I don't give a shit. I mean, I'm pissed, but I'm not, you know, that's just the way it is. I mean, the internet goes down, but, you know, like I said, there'll be some point where I'll say, you know what? It's not worth the aggravation. As a matter of fact, it was down this morning. I think it was about 9:30. And lost the internet completely. Got a notification on my phone from Comcast saying that they had some technical difficulties. And then it wouldn't be back up until 11:30 in the morning. I said, all right, well, I can live with that as long as it's up and running for my, you know, my live stream. So, not 10 minutes later, it comes back up. And I don't even think Comcast was aware of it, because I got a notification at 11:30 asking me if it was back up and their repairs were finished, even though it was actually down for only 10 minutes. So I don't know what the hell they're doing. Oh, you want to hear another fun one too? I got a package today from FedEx. It's from my stepdaughter. The guy drops it off in the front of the door. It's all right, no problem. Then he goes up to deliver another package to the house across the street, Carla's house. He comes back with Carla's package, leaves it with me, and takes my package and brings it over to Carla's house. And I'm going, what the fuck? Now, before I can get out there bitching out, he took off. Now, my address is 6035. Her address is 6032. I'm thinking he's like a double dyslexic or something. If you flip a 5 over, it could look like a 2. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I had to go up there and swap packages to get my package and leave hers behind, you know. I wish I could have caught that guy, because I would have probably read him the riot act. It's like, dude, if you can't read numbers, how in the fuck did you get hired? You know? It's weird. Anyway, let's see. Ray asked me, what's your guys' opinion? Best way to clean your print plate? On a filament printer? Or on a resin printer? Because it's different for each one. I don't really have a problem with the filament printer because I've got the magnetic plate that sits on the print bed. And it really doesn't get dirty, and if it does, you just, you can take a fingernail and scrape off any extra filament that might be stuck to it. But short of that, I don't know any other way to clean it or why you would even have to. Now, of course, if it's a resin printer, then if you're using alcohol-based resin, you'll have to use alcohol to clean the plate. If it's water-based, you can clean it with water. Alright, it is filament. Yeah, I really haven't had an issue with that. I know sometimes it's hard to get. Well, if yours has a magnetic plate that comes off, it makes it easier to remove your work. You just twist the plate. Oh, the glue. Oh, you're using glue on yours? Yeah. When I used to use glue, it was water-based glue, the stick glue. I just ran it under hot water in the sink and washed it off that way. And that should take care of it. I know if you have the glass and you use the glue on the glass, you can take a razor blade, just scrape the glue off and then wash it with water. Either way it'll work. Hope that helps. So, like I said, I've got the magnetic plate and I don't really have a problem with glue. Well, I don't use glue. It sticks to it automatically. It's got the rough ridges on it so that the work sticks to it. Tom says, Gigliottis, you should watch this past Sunday, Sidetrack Sunday show. It was at 8 o'clock. We talked about 3D printing on that show. There you go. Check that out, Ray. And Thomas Moore says, Jim, I'm getting a 1946 Lionel 671 turbine for Christmas. I'm going to get the 2671W tender for it tomorrow. Okay, that's cool. I have no idea what they are. But it sounds cool, so good luck for that, I'm not really up on locomotive numbers or even the turbine. I know that UP had a turbine. I don't know what year it was made or what the road number was on it, but that's about as far as I know about it. So. Sounds cool though. So let's see. Crooked Dave isn't in here yet, but I got a care package for him, so to speak. I printed him up some stuff, and I'm sending it to him tomorrow. I'll get this in the mail. He's got the flu. I don't know if he picked it up at work up there or picked it up down here, because he was down here for a while in Florida. So I'm not sure where he got it from, but if you all were wondering why he didn't do his morning brew this morning, that's why. So hopefully he gets better soon and gets back up to live streaming again. What else I got going? Now I got these lights. You can't really see them, but it makes a big difference. I mean, if I close that, see it really does brighten up the area. And it's really good when I got my green screen because I'm making a bracket for the other one. Now I've got two brackets to hold these up, but I want to use the one bracket, which is, I don't know if you can, you can't really see it, but it's got a setup where you can screw a camera onto it. So I'm thinking about putting that up over here and having an overhead camera, because I have a camcorder that's perfect for that with a manual zoom. So I think we're going to try that out. I'll probably set that up hopefully for next week. And we'll see how that goes. Hey, Waycross Train Spotter. Scott, how you doing? Good to see you here. Says, hi Jim, did you hear that Star Wars Episode 4 is coming back to theaters for 50th anniversary of 1977, coming on February 2027? Huh, that's weird. I don't know, I liked the Star Wars. Most of the first three were the best. After that, I kind of started dropping off, but they're still pretty cool. I don't go to theaters. I mean, I got my 40-inch TV in now, so, you know, that's my theater. And it don't cost nothing. And Thomas says, Jim, you should get the HO Union Pacific Veranda turbine. I'm really not interested in that, and I don't really like UP stuff. I prefer to stick with the BNSF, and I would go as far as maybe get Norfolk Southern or Conrail. You know, those I kind of like. The UP, not much of a UP guy. So, and they're expensive, so I probably wouldn't get one. I'm going to be working on converting DC locos to DCC and sound. As a matter of fact, I just about got this one finished. I'll tell you about it. Let me go grab it real quick. Everything's always got to be so far away. This is the one that I just converted to Tsunami 2. Soundtrack's decoder. So it now is DCC and sound. This is the scale trains. It's an SD45. And the only thing I'm waiting for on this is a Keep Alive, or Current Keeper, which I ordered 11 days ago. And I think it got lost again. I'm sure they'll find it. So that's my point. As soon as I get that, I'll put it on the layout and be using it. But and I'm doing the videos. I did actually shoot some video on this one and the P42. The P42 is finished. The Athearn. So I've got video to show what I did and how I did it. I just got to do the editing and put it up on the internet. So keep an eye open for it. Check it out. Hopefully in a week or so. Scott says, Jim, it's the original version of Star Wars, not the 97 special edition. I don't know what the difference is, Scott, but I'll probably watch it. Anything that hits the theaters I can get on my TV, the movie site that I belong to, they pretty much keep me up to date on any new movies, TV shows, all kinds of stuff. So I'll keep my eyes open for it. Derek Alexander. Hey, Derek, what's going on, man? Good to see you here. Grab it real quick, ain't so quick. Okay. You say so. And Tom Grassi says, guys, I started using Polymaker filament. It works great with my Bamboo Labs filament printers. That's cool. Is that the one that's actually made for the Bamboo? Joe. Don't edit, we want to see the screw-ups too. There's plenty of those, believe me. And no, I will not edit them out. It's a little embarrassing to a point, but it is what it is, you know. And I learned a lot from it. But yeah, you'll probably get a few laughs out of some of my screw-ups. And there were a few. Hey, Rick's Trades, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. I'll tell you, that was the first one I did using the decoder buddy. Now that I know what the hell I'm doing, the next one I'm going to do both my ES44s. I don't know when, probably sometime mid next year. But I want to put the soundtrack Tsunami 2 in those too. So I've got to use the decoder buddy. I like to call it a buddy board. And now that I know what I'm doing and I know which one to get, it should be a seamless transition. Because I really didn't know what the hell I was doing the first time. Yes, the internet is good tonight, Derek. Because they threatened to go to Starlink if it fucked up again. I kid you not. You know. Jim, no, Bamboo Labs makes their... Oh, okay. But if it works good for you, that's all that matters. Yeah, I guess he is. I'll have to check that out because even Deb asked me, my wife, she says, is Sparky going to do another Christmas giveaway? I said, probably. He does it every year. I don't know if Vinny's going to or not. We'll have to wait and see. I haven't heard much from Vinny lately. So I don't know what's going on with him. I think, I don't know. Oh, is he doing it? More than likely he is. I would almost guarantee that he will. I don't know if Vinny's gonna do it. I kind of doubt it, but I'm pretty sure that Sparky will. I hope he does anyway. I mean, I've done pretty good. I always win something from both of them guys, Good luck, I guess, but like I said, well, I got a DC locomotive. I'm pretty sure it was Sparky that I won from. I don't remember the road name on it. It's green and white. I think it's a Burlington Northern. And I'm going to convert that over to DCC with sound too. So that one, that's not a scale trades. I think that's an Athearn. And I don't need to use the decoder buddy for that. I'll get an actual Soundtracks Tsunami 2 board that's already included on it, and they're actually easier to wire up than the decoder buddy is. So I'll use whatever I need to for whatever application I'm working on. Okay, well this is interesting. I did not know that. Thank you, Tom, for... Says he is not doing a Christmas show this year. He's done with that now. Alright, well that answers that question. And Derek says, well, I tell you, you guys are on top of it. I don't know anything about any of this stuff. So Derek says, Vinny combined 2 channels and had threatened to quit, but now has a train layout build mixed in with models of cars and planes. That's cool. Hey, Tom's Trains and Things. How you doing, Tom? Good to see you. Russ is Rock and Roll Railroad. Hey, Russ. Good to see you here, man. All kinds of goodies are up here. As I said, we were talking about the Christmas things that Sparky's not doing one. And I don't know if Vinny's doing one or not, but apparently he combined both his channels, the train channel and the model car building channel, into one. I'll have to look him up because I don't get any notifications from him whatsoever, which really sucks. So, hey Dave, BNSF and Scale, how you doing? Good to see you here. Did I miss anybody else? I hope not. So, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere. Tom's Trains and Things ain't going anywhere. Tom Grassie's layout, he's not going anywhere. Crooked Dave, he ain't going anywhere. Other than that, I have no idea. I would love to do a Christmas thing, but honestly, I just don't have the money to do it. So you know, maybe next year, maybe the year after, who knows, But because it would be fun to do and have a giveaway like that, but I just honestly I can't afford it right now because I'm not monetized. I don't really get any income from this channel at all. So I would have to rely on donations and stuff to build up a stock of things I could give away for Christmas. Maybe we'll work on that next year. We'll see. Looks like Vinny tore down the old layout and is completely rebuilding. Well, that's cool. I know he was, because he was like in what, 4 rooms? 3 or 4 rooms he had his layout in? And he started tearing down. I remember him saying he was going to take one room and take it all out of the one room. And maybe he needs to knock some walls down. Make one big room and one big layout, Scott says next week is Christmas. Yeah, that's right. It's only 7 days away. Oh boy. Dave goes, 7 days till Christmas, 6 days till I have money. You're doing better than me. I won't have any money till, January 1st. Oh yeah, January 1st and then January 3rd. Dave said, oh, it was 2 rooms? Okay. Scott says, I have 910 subscribers, now getting closer each day to 1,000. Well, congrats, man. I finally broke 500. I think I'm 508 last I looked. So maybe I'll get to 1,000 eventually, but we'll see. Joe says he's only using 1 room now. Okay. Terry says he emptied at least 2 rooms and started a new layout. Why am I not getting any notification? I'm going to have to go look for his channel now, because I'm curious to see what he's doing. Dave says he's rebuilding in the original layout room. Okay, that's cool. You're still doing N scale though, right? Because, I mean, that was his thing, N scale. Guy's got incredible eyes and fingers if he can do it. I'm at 509 right now? Well, damn, I picked up another one. That's 3 in 2 days. Not bad. There might be some hope for me yet. Dave says the holes in the walls are still there. Yeah, we all got that problem. Holes here, holes there. Scott says not 1,000 yet. Hopefully New Year 2026. I hope so, man. I'd love to see somebody, get ahead a little bit. So, congrats once again for hitting the 900 and some. Derek says yes, N scale. I figure, yeah, he's never going to change. I think he loves his N scale, but how the hell he does it? Guy's older than me, and his eyesight's obviously better than mine. And his fingers are not quite as fat as mine either, apparently. So that's cool, though. I honestly, and I like Vinny. He's a cool guy, but I thought he made kind of a big mistake getting away from the trains and going to the model cars. Model cars are cool. I'm trying to do the same thing. I've got a couple models I still haven't finished, and as soon as I get caught up with all this stuff, I'll jump back into it. And I'm not going to create a separate channel for it. I'll just include it in this channel. But my main thing is still the trains, And I think Vinny should have stayed with the trains, and kind of like did the model cars as a sideline and incorporated into his train channel like I'm doing. Just my opinion. Hey, GRE 2057, good to see you. What happened last week? Well, I lost my internet. It would do it. I had no upload speed at all. I couldn't get out, so I finally just gave up. I think it was like 6:15. I was in the red. Nothing was working right, and I just said to hell with it. That's Comcast for you, Dave says I have to head over to Vinny's after Christmas. That's cool. Oh, Vinny's where, in Nevada? Or, I know he's somewhere around there. Too far for me to get to. Jim heard female former on YouTube, she into trains. I don't know who that is. There's a couple of girls that are into trains now. It's pretty interesting, really. Dave said first he did the ship song from the fleet he was on. Yeah, I remember that. Rest says, I sold my N-scale collection 10 years ago, never looked back. I can't see shit, even with my glasses. I'm telling you, the N-scales are too damn small. It's cool, because you can do so much more with less room, but it's tough. Arizona, that's right. I can never remember between Arizona and Nevada. Thanks, GRE. Yeah, I just can't do N-scale. I mean, I'll admit it, you know. Too damn small. I started with N-scale when I got back into it right after I had the stroke. That was about, what, 12 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever. 2007. I had a couple grand tied up in them. And a small whale, like a tabletop layout. And now, after, you know, messing around with it, what the hell am I doing here? So I sold everything. Actually made some money on my initial investment and went back to my first love of HO. Same deal. I'm not looking back. I mean, you know, I wanted to do O scale, but the reality is I don't have enough real estate for it or enough money, you know. O scale shit's not cheap. So we'll just stick with HO. Dave says I'm about an hour and a half from him for the winter. That's not bad. That's close enough to go check him out. Dave says almost 20 years there, Jim. There you go. Has it been that way? It might have been. You're 2 years from your 20 years. Yeah, okay. It seems like yesterday, and then it seems like it's forever ago. You know, it sucks. But it is what it is. Yeah, because, yeah, we're 2026, more or less. 207, yeah. It's been a while. I try not to think about it too much. You know, that stroke really fucked my life up, I mean, in a lot of different ways. But it's been a blessing in some ways and a curse in others, you know. So what else? So yeah, I'm printing right now, a couple of things. Kind of hard to see there. I got both printers running. They're both doing a customized bracket that I made. I'm going to mount on the wall and then use the second light on it. It's going to go over here to the right of my monitor for the light, and that'll be the perfect place for it. And then I'll use the second bracket that came with the lights for the overhead camera. So that's going to be nice. I'll finally get a little more professional in here, because, you know, I'm kind of half-assing it for a while. Did anyone hear about Greg Baffles' plane crash today? I heard a plane crash somewhere, but I don't know who was on it, and I don't know who Greg Baffles is. Been a lot of plane wrecks lately. I feel bad about that. Hey, Anfield Road layout in the loft. Lee, how you doing? Good to see you here. Dave says we'll have to see if Vinny has any excess trains to unload. Well, if they're N-scale, that won't do me any good, but for you N-scalers out there, yeah, that'd be a good thing. Oh, he's a NASCAR driver. Okay, so I really didn't know. Did he died or what? Or like I said, I heard about a plane crash. I don't know if it's the same one or not. Hey, Ken Amos Jr., how you doing, Ken? Good to see you here. Yeah, hi everyone. It was Greg Biffle and his whole family. Oh, that really sucked. Well, I don't know. What do I think about AI? AI sucks. 7 people died, huh? That's sad to hear. I tell you, been a lot of murders and accidents, and I don't know what the hell's going on, man. I mean, I realize, we're all at that age where, people we grew up with or people we watched on TV or watching sports and stuff, we're all getting our age, and I guess it's not to be totally unexpected that many of them will pass, but it's still kind of hard to believe sometimes. And a Merry Christmas to you, Dave, and everyone else. Of course, I'll be doing my show on Thursday. Wait, isn't Thursday the 25th, I think? I don't remember. Let me see here. Come on, bring it up here. Yep. Christmas Day, I'll be doing my show at 6 o'clock. I don't know if anybody will show up or not, but if they do, fine. If not, yeah, oh well. Let's see. Thomas says, I've seen a movie and it's a true story. It's called We Are Marshall. I have no idea what that's about, Thomas. The UPS crash in Kentucky brought true meaning to the phrase crash and burn. Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Andy, no shit. Well, no, Merry Christmas to you too, Rick. It is what it is, Like you said, some of the movie stars that I watched, that guy from Buck Rogers in the 25th 70, Gil Gerard, I think he died 2 days ago. And what was he, 82, I think? I don't remember now, but I mean, when he had his TV show, it was quite a few years ago. These guys look really young, but they're really not, So, then another guy there, Rob Reiner, I never liked him anyway, but still, him and his wife were murdered by their son, apparently. I don't know what the hell they did to him or what was going on with him, but not good either way. I guess there's a lesson there, though, Lock your doors when your kids are hanging out at your house at night. Because, you never know. You're really doing... Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, it's Thursday, right? Last week was the first live stream I think I ever missed. I don't remember missing any before that. I mean, if I did, it slipped my mind, but, I don't like missing live streams. So, Rick Strange says, got a mail call and they delivered it to my neighbor. And I was saying that earlier. We got a package today from my stepdaughter from FedEx. He drops it off at the front door, goes up to the neighbors across the street a little farther up. All of a sudden, he comes back with another box. I said, well, shit, I must have 2 packages. Takes the one box that he dropped off the first time and takes off with it. So I couldn't get out there quick enough, but my wife says, well, he left it over at Carl's across the street. I go, well, let me go out there and see what the hell is going on. Well, he'd already took off, and turns out Carla's package was at my house, and my package was at Carla's house. So I had to go there and swap them out. Our addresses are similar. I'm 6035, and Carla's 6032. Now, if you flip over a 2 or a 5, it looks like the other. I'm thinking maybe the guy was a little weird dyslexic, you know. But still, what the fuck? And he had it right to begin with, and then he changed his mind. Very weird. Drug, yeah, that's what they said, but I don't know. You know, it's always easy to blame drugs, but there had to be something more going on with the Reiners. I mean, we'll never know, obviously, but I think there's a lot more to that story, and who knows how weird it gets. Yeah, you're right, Tom. I changed mine. I mean, I didn't have any numbers on it, but they didn't capitalize Jim or Tedesco. So I capitalized the J and the T, and because it looks better. I didn't have any numbers behind mine, but so it does do that, but you can't get rid of the @ symbol. That I'd really like to lose, but apparently you got to have that. But still, if you guys don't know what we're talking about, check out Tom Grassie's live stream from yesterday, Wednesday night, and he explains how to modify your name to get rid of like the numbers, or you can literally change it around however you want. You know who else knows how to do that is Thomas Moore. Apparently. So, Hot Dog Bio Eddie said he fixed his. Let me see. I'm getting behind here. Let me back up here and see what I'm missing. Oh, do you know why Santa don't use the front door? Nope. Oh, because Santa's magic. Alright, I'm not going to touch that one for a lot of different reasons, Thomas. Dave says, crazy stuff going on in the world, too many loose cannons. Yes, there are. I mean, there is, literally, the shootings are getting more and more ridiculous. You know, you had a road rage shooting where, I don't know if the guy lived or died, but he was pissed off because whatever stupid reason, you know. You just can't go around shooting people unless you got a good reason to do it. You know, like self-defense. Ken says, I think they do that stuff on purpose. Yeah, it could be. I'm beginning to wonder that myself. Derek says, I'm hooked on those porch pirate videos where they get covered in paint. Me too. I love watching them things. It's funny as hell. And what's really funny is that the ones that actually call the police and want to press charges against the homeowner. I mean, you know, it's all AI because there actually is a problem with it. Matter of fact, the black guy, I think, was out in, might have been California, I don't remember, but he shot 2 kids. Didn't kill them, I don't think, but he shot 2 kids that tried to porch pirate his package. He's going to jail now. So apparently you can't shoot anybody over that, although you should be allowed to. So I did the same problem with the exploding dye packs or paint bombs. If the person seriously got hurt through their own fault, they could still sue the shit out of you and ruin your life. Then maybe you'd be justified to kill them after that, but you know. This is what I'm saying. The law never takes care of the innocent. They always protect the damn guilty ones. And this shit needs to stop. I say, you know what? Somebody tries to steal your package and you blow them away? Well, bad luck for them. They should realize the risk, you know. That's just the way it goes. There was one where, that was on YouTube, but it was a short. A 7 or 9 year old girl was getting ready to go to school, and a car with 4 people, I think they were all black, were trying to break into her house. Well, before they got to the house, she ran back in. They were trying to kick in the door. She grabbed her dad's gun, his revolver, and shot through the door. And I guess killed one of them. Or no, he didn't kill him, but I guess, yeah, he got shot in the leg. So now he wants to sue the girl's parents for shooting him while he's trying to rob the place. Thank God the judge says, you know, get the fuck out of my courtroom. He's going to jail for robbery, or attempted robbery. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, before that, a lot of times these criminals would successfully sue the homeowner while they're breaking in, or if they got hurt after they broke in. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? You know, if you wind up getting killed in the process, oh, well, that's on you, you know. Lesson learned here, don't break into people's houses. But we don't do things the right way anymore, I don't think. Russ says our FedEx and UPS drivers smoke pot and are constantly misdelivering stuff. That I can believe. Yeah. Not robot answers, I guess some. Well, a lot of them are AI. Because, like I said, I don't think too many of them are real. There's a lot of liability in that. I mean, there shouldn't be. You know. I mean, I'd laugh I wish I could find. We don't have that problem here. Yeah, I would be more tempted to shoot them, you know. I probably wouldn't kill them. I'd shoot them in the leg or something, but, you know. To me, that seems to be more justified than just covering them in paint. But it's still funny. Russ says, those videos are awesome, Derek. Yeah. Yeah, I like the Porch Pirates videos also, says Rick. Derek says, yeah, Andy, but still funny. Yeah, they are funny. See, idiotic drivers are road rangers. Rangers, yeah. Fucking AI. That's what I'm saying. The AI, you don't know what the hell's what's real and what isn't. You guys seen the Becky shorts on YouTube? The big fat, like, she's like 600 pounds. Her name's Becky, or otherwise known as the Fridge. And this little guy, he's a little redneck. He goes, hey, Grandpa, you want to meet my girlfriend? This is Becky. You know, or sometimes they'll call her the Fridge. And she falls and the whole house collapses, you know, or weird shit happens because she's so big, you know. She tries to get in the back of a or get on a hay wagon, and it collapses. It's all AI shit, you know. It's still funny, but it's kind of fucked up. Derek says, I remember an asshole broke into a store through the skylight and fell through and broke his leg and wanted to... Yeah, a lot of times they win. I don't know how, but they do. Thanks for the great live stream, Jim. Have a great day. All right. Take it easy, Lee. Have a good one. President just made CBD legal with prescriptions. Well, I heard he rescheduled pot, but I didn't really look into it. I don't care. I don't smoke the shit. I don't eat the gummies or any of that crap. So, I mean, if you guys want to do it, knock yourselves out. But, you know. Yeah, there went Grandma. Apparently you've seen them, Thomas. Guys, start watching Sheriff Lamb on YouTube. Very crazy. I know, I got to check that out too, Tom. Hey, TV Model Railroad, how you doing? Good to see you here. You know, like I said, but the AI really is messing up things. It's funny, cool to watch, you know, but the reality is it's getting really tough to know what's real and what isn't. So anyway, I haven't done much else since then. I've been busy with my stud finder. A handy tool that I got, man, I'll tell you what. I mean, I pretty much know where the studs are to some degree, but to really pinpoint them, this thing's very accurate and dead on, so you don't miss them. I so he's telling me, he's making holes in the walls, and for the most part, she's correct. It's not because I want to do it on purpose, it just happens. A buddy of mine gave me a CBD gummy, knocked out the pains I was feeling. My back was messed up, and I was actually taking oxycodone for it. It was really, really bad. I mean, I was only taking a half pill, because I don't really like painkillers, but a friend of mine, he brought me over a bag of the CBD gummies, and I'm going, you know, there's no instructions on this, what do you do, you know? So I wound up giving one to my mother-in-law. because she's having issues with her back. Well, she ate a whole one. She got seriously fucked up too. I mean, really high, you know. And she said, I saw her the next day. She goes, "What the hell?" I said, "You know, I asked the guy, my friend. I don't want to give his name out, but I asked my friend how much supposed to take. He said, "Oh, he's supposed to take a fourth of one. You don't eat the whole thing because you get completely blasted, you know." And it's like, well, shit. I wish you'd have told me that before I gave it to you. That's the first time in her entire life, and she's like 86, that she's ever gotten high, you know. And she said she really didn't like it. But it did kill the pain. Does it go off when you hold it close to yourself? What? Oh. Becca says you are going to eat that. Grandpa says that's my lunch. Yeah, that's pretty funny stuff, man. Tom Grassi put up the link for the American Sheriff, so I'll watch that later after the show. Thanks for putting that up, Tom. Chick says, of course, Derek, that's why he keeps making holes in walls. Dave BNF says, Hennepin County in Minnesota could use a real sheriff. Fuck yeah, they could. But, you know, they got a lot of problems up there with the Somalis, I guess, and the other Muslims. I don't know why the government doesn't send in, you know, troops to clean them out and deport them all. You know, they're not Americans. They don't want to be Americans. But they damn sure want to take over America. They even came out in public and said it, you know. They had one Somali the other day, was on YouTube. And he had a picture of President Trump. And he goes, the only thing keeping us from taking over America is this guy here, referring to President Trump. And I'm thinking, yeah, lucky for us, you know. I said, but he's not really looking at, you know, the big picture. I mean, do you really think that we Americans would let you take over our country? Get real. The problem in Minnesota, well, yeah, Walls needs to be, you know, hung for treason. But you know, they do not. They say he's a retard. He looks like a retard. He acts like a retard. Maybe he is a retard. I don't know. TV model says the religion of pieces. There you go. Rick says, my son and daughter-in-law got some gummies and got high. Made them freak out. I'll bet. I won't take them. I mean, I've been high, like, back when I was a teenager. I smoked a little bit of pot, you know. But I don't like it. It's I don't know. I'm too much of a control freak. I gotta be 100% in control 100% of the time. So getting high is not an option. Same with drinking. I will drink, but I don't get drunk. I mean, I've probably been drunk maybe 3 or 4 times in my entire life, you know, because I don't like getting drunk. And I'll stop before I get to that point for the same reason. So, I mean, I've known a lot of people that really, you know, they're into it and they like getting high and or getting trashed or whatever. Well, whatever floats your boat, you know. I don't judge you, but I'm not doing it. Dave said they just scam our systems. Oh, the Somalis, you betcha. Kid Amos says they voted Walls as governor because he is controllable, not for his smarts, but lack of. That's the guy's a moron. You know, Walls is. You can just tell by looking at him the way he carries himself that he ain't right. You know, and it's not good. And yeah, I mean, he completely lost control over Minnesota anyway. You know, he's just a figurehead now. I mean, basically, you know. And of course, that I guess he's in trouble because of some money laundering thing he was responsible for, some sort of fraud. So hopefully they'll just hang him and be done with it. You know. 75% of Somalis are on welfare. That I can believe. As I said, they got balls. You know, you come here to our country as a guest, and then you say you want to take us over. and probably kill us all, and take our shit. Yeah, good luck with that. you know, I got 45 reasons why that won't happen at my house. I also got 7.62 reasons why that won't happen at my house either. So, they knew where to go with Omar and Walls. Yeah, probably. Dave says if they dig deep enough, they may find one politician that isn't getting kickbacks. I doubt it. I mean, it's crazy what's going on, It's just, it seems to be, it's everywhere, you know. Thomas said, Jim, I have 357 reasons. That works. Hey, Georgia Sunbelt, Anthony, how's it going, man? Good to see you here. Merry Christmas to you, by the way. TV model says they brought the third world tribal conflict with them. It's wild. I know. That's what I'm saying, And I don't really have, I mean, we're all immigrants to some degree. I mean, I'm not. My family was, always. Well, my grandparents were. But, they wanted to be Americans. They learned the laws. They learned the customs, I mean, I'm mostly Italian, a little tiny bit of Hungarian in me, but, I don't call myself an Italian American. I call myself an American because, that's what I am. And I don't believe anybody should be allowed to, have two countries in their beliefs. It's just wrong. So yeah, I mean, like I said, if you don't like America, or if you don't like the way America runs, then get the fuck out. That's simple, And there's a lot of Democrats out there that hate America. We ought to be rounding them up and deporting them too, The melting pot is broken. Damn right it is. Because people just aren't assimilating anymore, and that's the problem, Rick says, I'm a mutt, mostly German. There you go. Now, my wife's a mutt, too. She's Hungarian, Slavic, I think, and possibly a little bit of Russian. It don't matter what you are, but like you said, first and foremost, if you're born here, you should be an American. And if you come here, you should want to be an American, That means learning English, and respecting our laws and our customs. I mean, what you do in your house is your business. I don't care, If you want to worship Satan or whatever, as long as you do it in your house, it's not my problem. But you bring it outside, we're going to have some issues, because that's not the American way. There goes the pot melted. I think it exploded in about 1 million pieces, Because there's no cohesion in this country anymore. Except for, most of us whites and the blacks. We're the only ones that are really cohesive. But all these Muslims and whatever, they hate America. I mean, they love the money, they love the free shit, but they hate us and they hate our country, and they want to destroy it. And why do we let them do it? We should be booting them the hell out, Tom Grassi says, many are protesting, and when you ask them what are you protesting about, they have no clue. Yeah, I've been hearing that a lot lately, that you got professional protesters out there, but they don't really know what they're protesting. No howling glades, yeah, no doubt. Mostly Norwegian, never been there, don't speak the language. That's cool. Like I said, we're all from different places, I guess. Derek says, English and going to work, no, not welfare. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. They say, well, we need these people. They're a benefit to America. How are they a benefit? They don't work. They want free shit. They hate America. They hate us. I don't see the positive in any of it. There's too much hatefulness in this world. Yes, that's true, Rick. And Anthony says, I'm a real mutt. French, African, Irish, and Native American. Damn, you are a mutt. That's cool, though, you know. But first and foremost, you're an American, right? You know, that's all that matters, man. You know, you speak English. Presumably, you follow our laws for the most part, as much as any of us do anyway. And, you know, you're happy to be here. And you don't want to change it. You know. As I said, these people that come here and say, well, I don't like the way America runs. I want it to run like it did back where I came from. Why did you leave there then? You know, especially when the place they came from is a shithole. You know, you left it because it was a shithole, so now you want to turn this country into a shithole. No, ain't gonna happen. There's another guy that needs to hang, Soros. You know, there's death warrants out for him in like 5 countries. Ours is not one of them, unfortunately, but actually, because he's from Austria, I think. And if he goes back there, they'll kill him. There's a death warrant out for him there. There's a death warrant for him, I think, in Russia. And I'm not sure what the other countries are, but, you know, he's not a very popular individual. Dave BNF says, I love those videos where they ask college students basic questions. It is a real eye-opener on the sad state of education. Tell me about it. I've seen those too, man. It's seriously fucked up, you know. But yet they know just enough to be dangerous because, you know, Trump's a Nazi, he's a fascist, he's a dictator, he wants a king, you know. That's all bullshit, you know. And as I laughed at them fuckers that no kings thing, if Trump was a king, you'd all be dead. He'd have you all executed. Because, you know, that's what kings do. It's also what fascists do. It's what Nazis do. You know. The fact that you're still alive and allowed to protest should prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that none of those things you claim that Trump is real. But these people are so stupid, you know. And, you know, you can't fix stupid, well, not legally anyway. There's only one way to fix stupid, but, you know, you might wind up with a life sentence or a death penalty for it. So. But that's the only way you can fix it. I don't know. Oh, man. So, they really haven't done much in the train room here. Like I said, for all you guys that came in later, I put together a care package for Crooked Dave Thurber. He's not feeling well right now. He was, as you know, he was in Florida last week. And, back up there. He wound up getting the flu. I don't know if he got it down here or he got it, you know, up there from his work. But he's sick as a dog. That's why he didn't do his morning brew this morning, in case anybody was wondering. So, there was a couple things he asked me if I could make for him, so I printed them up and put them in a box, and they'll be out in the mail tomorrow, and he should have them in a few days. A little Christmas gift from me, right? See, Dave BNS says, can't even tell you how many minutes in a quarter of an hour. Ridiculous. I know, it's ridiculous, you know. I mean, people are stupid. I mean, TV Model says, part of me says stupidity is a choice. I've seen things. Well, and there's probably a certain amount of truth to that, too. And Ken says, that's what No Kid Left Behind did for our... Well, I don't know, that was a big mistake, you know. If you're failing, you should be held back until you can pass. You know, when we were kids, that's the way it did. If you didn't pass, you did that grade over again, you know. I had a friend actually got held back in kindergarten. I kid you not. I don't know how that happened, but they were dead serious back in those days, you know. LOL, Dave. Kids in my neighborhood can't tell time. Most of them can't tell time on an analog watch. If it is a digital, they don't know. You know, my son, my youngest son, He's 30 now or 31, I don't remember. But he's born in 90. He didn't know how to tell time on an analog clock. He can't write his fucking name. He could print his name. Can't do it in cursive because they didn't teach the kids cursive in his school. You know, it's ridiculous. Left them all behind. Yeah, it did, actually. Send him some Pepto. Stupid is what stupid does, Forrest Gump. There you go. I was watching videos about the shooting at Brown. When the police chief talked, I thought I was in Mexico. Could not understand a word he was saying when he tried to speak English. Crazy stuff. I didn't watch that, Tom, but... And then once again, that's, you know, these school shootings are getting out of hand, too. And yet they still won't let the teachers get armed. You know. Or at the very least, put armed cops in there. You know. Because they know this shit's going to happen, but it's like, oh, well, we got to get rid of the guns. Ain't going to happen. If they didn't have guns, they'd use bombs. What would you rather do? Get blown up or shot? You know. You got half a chance getting shot. You got no chance getting blown up. It actually did happen. I think it was back in 1922 or somewhere in Chicago. Some nutcase built a bomb and detonated in the school. A lot of kids were killed. I mean, it's one of the worst mass killings ever recorded. That was, you know, they didn't use a gun. They just used a bomb. You know, the guy was a nutcase, and you know, they won't. There's no way to spot who the nutcases are. Not really. Rick says, yep, I was held back in kindergarten. Oh, you're kidding, of course, right? Maybe. It's an indictment of education. That's what led to this mess. That's true, Dave. I mean, Ken says, I was held back in kindergarten, too. Really? I didn't get held back in any of my grades, thank God, you know. I mean, because, you know, back then, that was considered, you know, the worst thing, you know. What grade you in? Well, I got held back. You don't want to admit that, you know. We had one guy who was a friend of mine, Daryl. You don't know him. He's dead now anyway, but blew his brains out for whatever reason. But he was like 5 years behind. They kept holding him back. And because I remember I met up with him when I was in 6th grade, middle school. He was an 8th grader. Or he should have been an 8th grader. No. They say, I think he was held back 4 years. He was like the biggest kid in class, you know. And he was a bully, of course, so that made things even worse. I did become friends with him, but he was a serious pothead, and he'd buy a pound a week and smoke it all himself, you know. And whatever reason, he blew himself away one night, but, you know. They spend 1 week teaching cursive nowadays, and it's mainly their signature and ABC individually. Yeah, see, we had to do that shit from like, I think they started teaching us in 1st grade. We were starting to, you know, or maybe it was regular letters in 1st grade. 2nd and 3rd grade we started printing in cursive. I mean, you had to know how to do that shit, you know. Not only were you graded at how well you knew it, but how well you wrote it. So if you had bad penmanship, they'd be up your ass. You need to clean up your writing so it's legible, you know. Of course, the doctors never got that memo, but the rest of us did. Tom Grassi says, Jim at Brown, it was the only building that did not have any cameras. I know you and I were talking about that. So they had no inside video of the shooting. Derek Alexander failed finger painting. I did pretty good in school. I mean, up until high school. In high school, I just didn't give a shit anymore. You know, I still wasn't failing, but I wasn't a straight A student either. You know, because I didn't want to be there, and I quit halfway through the 10th grade. It wasn't even legal for me to do it, but I did it anyway. And my dad kind of backed me up because they threatened him. They said, you know, you don't put your boy in school, we'll arrest you for his truancy. And he says, they still ain't gonna get him in school, is it? And I guess they were kind of surprised at his attitude, but he knew that I wasn't going to just go out and get drunk or high or be a fuck up. I mean, I had a plan. And I did carry out that plan. I got into the workforce. I took a week off after I quit, and then I got serious. I got a job. I made a bet with one of my teachers that I'd make more money than he did the first year I worked. You know what? I won the bet. And he did pay me $500. But, because I kept, oh, you're just going to be, you just be a bum. You won't amount to anything. And fuck you. I have a plan. Let's see. Well, I'm left-handed too, and they really, well, you must be older than me, but because we didn't really have, I know they tried to force me to write with my, and I became ambidextrous. Till I had the stroke, both hands were just as good. I could write just as clean with my right hand as I could with my left, even though I'm predominantly left. And before that, I know that sometimes you'd be physically disciplined if you tried to use your left hand. Because, if you were left-handed, some would consider you evil. It's crazy shit, but... let's see, look what happened in Australia. Yeah, that's what happens with no Second Amendment. Only the criminals will have guns. And now they want to crack down even harder. They say they're going to relook at this thing and get tougher, because I guess under certain circumstances you can get certain guns, like maybe shotguns for hunting. Now they want to ban all guns. They did that in England, and that didn't work there either. They started using knives. Now they banned knives, so now they're using fucking clubs. You can't blame the tool. You got to blame the person using the tool, and a ban won't stop that. Dave says, I would be happy if they would at least taught them to read and write basic math. Oh, I agree. Left-handed and wouldn't acknowledge it, so kept back. I'm sure they did that. I just wasn't aware of it. I had one kid in my 7th grade class, and he was 16, going on 17 years old. In 7th grade, that's bad. But, I guess we've all known somebody like that. Derek says, Russ, they ran over their guns with steamrollers. They're not stupid. Rick says, I have a learning disability. I have learning things hands-on. If I read and try to do a problem, I have to read and read stuff multiple times till it sinks in. A lot of people are like that, man. And, hands-on is always the best way. My wife's kind of that way. My mother-in-law's that way. I mean, I know a lot of people that, they can't grasp being told something or even showing a picture. They have to actually do it themselves many times. Nothing to be ashamed of. It's just the way it works. I'm kind of the same way. I do better when I'm actually working on something than reading about it, Derek says, Rick, they should have helped you, not left you back. Well, I agree. All right, Andy, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Have a good night and safe weekend. And I'll sure see you Christmas Day, but Merry Christmas to you anyway. And we'll see you later. Yeah, I heard about that 2 years ago. That was, damn, I can't remember the name of the town now. But yeah, it was, it wasn't really mandatory. You can get a religious exemption to not have one. But they basically said if you're a homeowner, you need to own a gun, And their crime rate went down to 0, literally overnight. So, it's just... And I have no issue with that. Like I said, I've had guns since I was 21. I'm 66 now. Never shot anybody. Come close a couple of times, but, I don't want to kill anybody, but if I have to, if it's them or me, the choice is simple, So, I don't understand. Well, it's mostly the government that's scared to death. They're afraid we're going to, have an armed revolution against them because they're sticking it up our ass all the time. But I don't really think that'll happen anytime soon. Eventually it might, but who knows? Armed citizens is a great triumph. Absolutely. Sounds like the place to be, Derek. You're right. Well, you're from Georgia. Weren't you originally in Georgia, Anthony? That was, I can't remember the name of the town now. It'll come to me in a few days and it won't matter, but I thought it was brilliant. I said, why don't we do this shit, nationwide? Russ says, we find out if Oregon Supreme Court will allow de facto gun ban permit to purchase in Oregon. Well, you know what's going to happen there. I mean, it'll be unconstitutional, and the Supreme Court will override them if they try and do any bans. But that won't stop them from trying because, they're stupid. I've been through Augusta a couple of times. Nice area. But I don't know. It's something Grove, I think. Where the guns, it's the whole county, actually. Yeah, of course, all the gun control people. There'll be blood in the streets if everybody has guns, and it turns out there wasn't. And crime just went on. Criminals go to other towns. They won't go to that town, even if they live there, to commit any crimes because they know they'll get shot, The way it should be. Dave BNS says, the Supreme Court will overturn it. What I don't understand is why we don't jail these people. Because what they're doing is illegal and unconstitutional and immoral, and they should be locked up or thrown out of the country. Look, if you don't like the way things are here, lots of other countries you can move to. Lots of places where they don't allow guns. You should feel right at home there, briefly. Right? I don't know. There's at last count, there's 110 million gun owners. Those are the ones they know about. I think it's probably closer to 250 million. Kennesaw, that's what it was. Thanks for that, Derek. Shit, I lost my train of thought. Like I said, people here, it's stupid. Guns aren't the problem. It's the idiots pulling the trigger behind them. And that's why we all have guns, so we can eliminate those idiots. Yeah, well, that's true, Dave. Yeah, most shootings are in gun-free zones because, you don't want to get shot back. You go kill people, you don't want them killing you instead. That doesn't fit your narrative that well. So, Rick says, any gun with a rifle barrel, you have to have a permit to purchase here in Michigan. And that's what my stepdaughter's in Michigan, and I can never New Haven, maybe. Yeah, it's one of New something, just north of Detroit. And you guys got open carry over there, right? So I don't understand if you have any problems they have, to carry a gun. And for the most part, you don't have that many shootings up there. You're always going to have a few that just, no law is going to change that, Oh, exactly, Derek. Gun-free zones are the problem. Now there's a rumor going around that Florida's cracking down on where you can shoot your gun. It's a lie, of course, because based on that, you can't use your gun anywhere except maybe your own house. Now I know there's places that don't allow open carry. For example, Public Supermarket, which is big in Florida, they actually advertise you can open carry in their stores. That's cool. I mean, I don't open carry, but I mean, there are times I might want to, though. You never know. I'm not worried. As long as you got a good holster, you're okay. But now, when Dixie, where I like to shop, open carry is forbidden. You can conceal carry, they don't care. Because I've done it before in there anyway. But you can't open carry because I guess it might freak somebody out. I mean, it took forever to get open carry here anyway. And whether you approve of it or not doesn't matter. But if somebody chooses to open carry, that's their business and their right. And if enough people open carried, you would see a reduction in crime, and also a little more common sense would take over, Because you see somebody with a gun, doesn't mean they're going to kill you. That first time, you used to have open carry in Florida. Back when I was a teenager, I think it was 17 or 18, I was up in Fort Myers from Naples. And I went into this store to get a soda, I was thirsty. And this guy, well, he wasn't a cop, he was more of a cowboy, and he had a 6-shooter strapped to his hip, And, it didn't bother me any. It's like, well, if he was going to kill people, he'd have done it already, and, we'd be screwed. But he was just going about his business, and it was okay, And the people in the store didn't have a problem with it either. We need to get back to that point. So, Rick says, I don't think we can open carry here yet. I need to invest, yet I still have my CPL. But I still have I have a CCW, same thing, carry permit. Both me and my wife got ours, because I've been carrying for the last 9 or 10 years. I don't trust anybody. I mean, that's bottom line, You're going to shoot me, you better hope you're a better aim than I am, because if you miss the first time, you won't get a second. But, I figure it's better to be safe than sorry. Have it, not need it, than need it, not have it. You know what I'm saying? But, like I said, my stepdaughter up in Michigan, so that open carry is legal there. They're permitless carry, I guess. Which, but you should still keep your concealed carry card. Because if you want to travel to other states, like Florida, supposedly, I don't know if there's another rumor saying that 14 states won't reciprocate with us anymore. I haven't really investigated it. It's probably bullshit. But, because prior to these rumors, I could use my CCW and carry concealed pretty much all the way wherever I go. Indiana, Ohio, not New Jersey, not Chicago, Illinois, and not New York. They don't care. They don't like guns, and if you have one, they'll arrest you. In Chicago, if you get caught with a gun, even if you legally own it, and you're out of state or whatever, it's 10 years mandatory in prison. And I went through Chicago armed, because I was actually going to Minnesota for a trade show for the lawnmowers, and that had to do with the golf course. I don't fly, so I said, you rent me a car, I'll drive up there. Well, I went right through downtown Chicago. When I got in the Chicago, I was fucking idiot. You got a gun in the car, If you get stopped and they search the car, you're looking at 10 years in prison. Thank God I didn't get stopped, And I didn't do the speed limit because it was weird. We soon got on the city limits. The speed limit was like 50 and 55. People were doing 90, 100. And some guy in a Honda flew by me like I was going in reverse. He had to be doing $120 or better, Nobody in town obeyed the speed limit. As soon as you got out of city limits, the troopers were everywhere, and if you were, caught going 5 over, you were going to get popped for a ticket. So it was kind of fucked up. I mean, the rental car was a Pontiac. That was a Grand Prix that I rented. That was back in 2005, I think. So it was an '05. Brand new car. Piece of shit. I had that thing to the floor. It would barely do 105, and I couldn't keep up with the traffic in Chicago, you know. So I got lucky that I didn't get pulled over and searched because, you know, I realized once I got there, oh shit, you can't have a gun in Chicago, you know. Let's see. That one's interesting. Just like the 80-year-old man killed 2 kids breaking into his home, now the parents are suing him for millions. The judge threw the case out. The parents' fault that the kids turned out bad. This happened in Georgia. Oh, absolutely, Tom. You know, that's what I'm saying. The courts have to get right with this shit too. You know, because prior, you know, years ago, not that long ago, the criminals were suing the homeowners. You know, if you shot and killed one of them for, you know, caught him raping your wife or something, killed him, his family would sue you and win. And it's like, what the fuck, you know? So now some of the judges are getting a little better on that, but it depends. If you're in a blue state, you're probably screwed if you use self-defense, you know, deadly force. Unless it's really, really, you know, can't be argued. I think the Supreme Court, Dave says, I think the Supreme Court is looking at countrywide, that's a tough word, reciprocity. I've heard the same thing. They need to. Should be just like your driver's license. You could drive anywhere in the country legally, but you can't carry your gun everywhere in the country legally. Why not? Yeah. Derek says, concealed carry, no idea who has a gun to fight back. That's true. Oh, there's benefits to both. I mean, I prefer concealed carry myself. But because of my disability, it would actually be nice to open carry, you know. But there is more risk to it, without a doubt. I said, once, if everybody has a gun, that risk goes away. You look at the Old West, everybody carried a sidearm, you know. Everybody did. So, you know, and it's not like the movies. There weren't shootouts every day, all day. Shootouts were rare. You know, people like Billy the Kid, killed 2 men in his entire life, you know. They do that now on a weekend and more. So it's a little different, but if everybody has a gun, you won't really have to worry about somebody trying to steal yours. Because, you know, it would be stupid to do so. Well, like I said, but I do realize there's a risk to it. I applied to a national permit to carry, waiting for the response. I don't know if those are real or not, Tom. I've seen them too, but I'm not sure they're really legal. Because there's places you can't carry, you know. It's almost impossible to get a carry permit in Jersey. New York's the same way. I think both Jersey and New York may issue, not shall issue. And you have to go through a lot of hoops. I don't know. I hope you can do it, though. Ken says, my son has a concealed carry in Texas, but Maryland and states between don't recognize. Yeah, that's a problem here, too. Like I said, there's a lot of states that don't recognize the Florida carry permit. That needs to change. Rick says, if an officer pulls me over, my license plate tells the officer I have a CPL. I don't know if other states do this. Yeah, I think they know. Because I noticed after I got my permit, the cops were really nice to me and respectful. I mean, really before that, they kind of were sometimes, but they're assholes. I've not had a problem with the sheriff since then, you know. And I'm very respectful to them. I mean, you know, it's like if I'm nice to you, if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. If you get stupid with me, you know, expect the same in return. But I've not had any problems with any of the cops. I mean, I don't get pulled over often. But when I do get pulled over, like, you know, Mr. Tedesco, how you doing today? And, you know, I have a, you know, carry permit. It's all right, we ain't worried about it, you know. I mean, you really do. You get a different level of respect when they know you're armed, even though I would never shoot a cop. But, you know. Ken says, be right back, okay. TV model says we would just have duels all over the place. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, there's some people that really shouldn't own a gun, you know, because they're stupid, hot-headed, whatever. There's a lot of responsibility with, you know, having the power over life and death, and it really is. You know, he said, I've pulled my gun twice my entire life. Once, like I said, three guys beat the shit out of me in my own yard. And I got fucked up pretty good. Well, you know, I went and got my gun. I hunted them down, you know. And when I found them, I locked them into a parking spot and had my 45 with me. And the driver was sitting in the car. He says, "What do you want?" I pulled the gun out, shoved it right down his fucking throat, and says, "Give me a reason to kill you where you sit." That motherfucker was crying and begging for his life. The other two assholes that were with him, they became part of the door of the passenger side of the car. They were scared to death. The motherfucker, you're big shit when three is have to beat up one fucking guy, but when another guy's got a gun, now you're, "I'm sorry, sir, didn't mean to, sir. Fuck you and your sir," you know. I had no intention of killing any of them. I just wanted to scare the shit out of them. Well, it worked. Another time I got in a fight with a kid. I was 21 years old. And the only gun I had, one of those little fucking 32s, semi-auto, little fucking pea shooter gun. And I think 12 people are going to kick my ass because I beat the kid up. You know, he started a fight. I finished, and they go like, "Well, you don't fight white, man." You know, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, we got in the fight. I kicked his ass. I'm going home now. We're done. "Oh, we're going to kick your ass." No, I don't think so. I had my wife with me, my first wife, and you know, "Dad, give me my gun." So she reaches in her purse, grabs my little 32. I said, "I got 6 rounds. Who wants to be the first 6 to die?" Everybody stepped back about 8 paces, you know. And we're leaving now. Don't give us any shit, because I don't want to have to kill anybody tonight. And only 2 times I ever pulled the gun out, you know. Otherwise, no. The gun is the last resort, unless I really think. Now today it would be different because of the stroke. I'm incapable of kicking anybody's ass. You know, I have a shirt that says, you know, "Too old to run, too frail to fight. I'll just shoot you instead." Something to that effect. It's like, it's very true, you know, because I'm not in a position anymore where I can get in a physical fight with anybody. I lose. Let's see. Tom Grice said Jim Sheriff Andy Taylor never carried a gun. Who the hell, Sheriff? Oh. Oh, good for him. Well, Barney had his gun, but he only had 1 bullet. And he kept that bullet in his pocket because Andy wouldn't let him put it in the gun. Yeah, hey Bernard, how you doing, man? Good to see you here. Bernard says, "I'm all for bringing back Holt's Law." Fuck yeah, man. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's just we gotta get smart again, because you know, realistically, I'm not saying it to be an asshole or a badass or anything, but realistically, the only way you're going to stop this rampant crime is to start killing these fuckers. And when you're allowed to do it. Now, I talked about this on my Wise Guy video, last one I did. I don't know how many of you remember Bernard Goetz, the subway guy in New York back in the, I think it was late 70s. 4 black kids tried to rob him. He shot all 4 of them, killed one, crippled the other one for life, and I think the other 2, they're not in good shape either. Well, and he took off. It took him a week to get him. They weren't even sure who it was. They thought it was a new vigilante. Well, right from the minute he shot them kids, there was 0 crime in New York City for like a week. The criminals were terrified. Oh, we got a vigilante. He's gonna kill us all. And then of course they caught Bernard, Bernard Getz. And, they made him look like the bad guy. We can't go around killing people. Dude, the guys they were gonna rob me. I've been robbed before by the same people, So I had enough of it. So he went to jail for, I think, like 6 months. They didn't get him for killing the kid. They got him for having an illegal weapon. It's just bullshit, because, they just had to find something to throw him in jail for and make him look like the bad guy. But he was proof right then and there that all it would take was a good vigilante killing and crime would stop in New York City. Of course, I don't think the cops really want that because, then they'd be out of a job. If we took care of the problems, there wouldn't be any. There'd be a lot of dead people probably, but, And I got no way. I mean, if you kill somebody in self-defense, I'm okay with that. If you kill somebody for their shoes or for their car or whatever, they should be killed instantly. And this bullshit of waiting 20 years to put somebody on, give them the death penalty, and they live the life for 20 or so years. They got a free roof over their head, free food, free clothes, free bed, free medical attention. And that's supposed to be a punishment? Sure it is. Said take them out back, put one in the back of their head the next day after they're found guilty. Just make sure they're guilty. If there's any doubt, then put them in jail until you figure out one way or the other. Well, you can say there was a guy in Marco Island some years back. He was in a motel room. He gets up in the morning, goes out to the beach, and starts shooting people. I don't know. I don't remember how many people died, but I don't think it was that many. Cops came. They arrested him because he surrendered immediately. Says the cops. He says, I'm thinking, he's got the gun in his hand. There were eyewitnesses that said he was shooting people. Why did you bother to arrest him? If I'd have been the cop there, oops, finger slipped, he's dead, sorry. And saved the taxpayers a bunch of money and aggravation, and the fucker would be dealt with. But they caught him in the act. I mean, there are times when, like that guy on the train in Charlotte, North Carolina, the black guy that killed the white woman. I saw a thing on the news the other day. They said, well, the alleged killer, he ain't alleged. We watch him fucking do it on video. Why does he even need a trial? Take him out back and kill him. They won't kill him. They'll give him life, maybe. Probably be eligible for parole in 20 years or so. That's bullshit. Take them out. Problem solved. And do it publicly so the rest of the people know what happens when you do stupid shit like that. It ain't about race. It ain't about color. It's about the crime. I don't care if it's a white guy that did it. Same thing. Kill the motherfucker and be done with it. Drives me nuts, man. Oh, anyway. Yeah, it's kind of, I guess that all falls under Colt's Law, which I'm familiar with. We need to do something, because nothing's going to change. It's getting worse and worse. And these people shooting through their doors. That is so stupid, You've got a gun. You sit your ass in your easy chair and waiting for them to kick the door in. As soon as they kick the door in and you can see them, then you can blow them away. And that's self-defense. Shooting through the door is not self-defense. And the two people who've done this shit lately are both facing life in prison. Because they shot innocent people, One was a black kid. He was at the wrong house. White guy in the house freaks, oh God, there's a black kid out there. He's coming to rob me. Just knocked on the door because he didn't realize he was at the wrong house. The fucking white guy shot and killed him through the door. Fucking bullshit, Wait till they come through the fucking door. You already got the drop on them. What are you worried about? Anthony says, North Carolina judges are not required to have a law degree or any criminal law expertise. They are elected or appointed. I didn't know that. It doesn't surprise me any. They're obviously Democrats. Because what did they have? There was, I don't remember how many times he was arrested, like 30 or 40 times, the train killer. There was a kid, 17 years old the other day, was in the news. 175 convictions. He's 17 years old. How many convictions do you have to have before they figure out you're not redeemable? Yeah. I'm thinking about after the third or fourth one, that's it. This guy's, he's just killing to be done with it, you know. It's crazy. Rick says, I've been watching the Ed Gein story on Netflix. Lots of creative liberty there, but still good. Yeah, he was a serial killer, wasn't he, Ed Gein? I don't really watch that stuff, but I know they're out there, and like I said, best thing we could do with them is just kill them. Yeah. What was another one? The one that 8 people? They killed him in prison. You know, the inmates did. And of course, there was a big to-do of, oh, you know, they had no right to kill. He should have, I mean, how many people did he torture and kill? And they're afraid to take him out? Well, why? What the hell's wrong with you, you know? Bernard says, I had a judge tell me he was tired of the Bronson vigilante attitude. Knock it off or join the force. That was decades ago. Then last year, I got subpoenaed again. Oh, for jury duty? Yeah. They won't pick me for that same reason. I've been called a couple of, I got out last one. They said they wanted me to go to another town for a federal case. And I just said, yeah, I can't do it. I'm disabled, you know. So they let me out of it. And I said, you know, if the guy's guilty of murder, I'm going to want to hang him. You know, plain and simple, you know. Don Grassi says, whatever happened to 3 strikes, you're out. There's still some place they do it, but I understand that it's been fought over, saying it was unfair. Because, you know, if you did it once and twice, you're going to probably do it third, fourth, whatever. That's what I'm saying. You know, after, really, realistically, you should get one shot. You know, other than murder. I mean, if you like do something stupid like rob a liquor store or something, all right, you're going to do 6 months in prison. When you get out, if you do it again, the next time you get the death penalty. I don't care what you did, you know. Because if you haven't learned from that experience, you're not going to, you know. And like I said, recidivism is a big problem in the criminal court system, criminal jail system. You know, they can't do it again if they're dead. Especially murder, rape, you know. Robbing old people, I mean, any of that shit should be, you know, death penalty stuff. As long as we know they did it, kill them the next day. As long as we know. If there's some doubt, then we have to wait. But, you know, because unfortunately, that was one of the things that got the death penalty kicked out of a lot of states. They said, well, you know, they fried it. They fried innocent people. Well, that's possible, but once again, we also need to modify that. So, all right, so if you convict somebody of murder, for example, and you fry them or hang them or whatever, they're dead, and then we find out that you lied about potential evidence that could have freed that person, you're getting the chair next, or the rope, or whatever the case may be. We hold the prosecutors responsible for mistakes. They're less likely to make them. Dave BNF says, Milwaukee County has elections for judges. No lawyers will run against them for fear of being blackballed. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Jeffrey, yeah, it was Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer, he's the one that ate people. That guy was whacked. And they wanted to study him. It's like, the dude's beyond studying. He's insane. He's fucking evil. You know. Just fucking kill him and save everybody the grief. You can't fix him. You'll never fix him. You won't know what went wrong because how could you know what goes on inside a person's head? Just fucking kill him. Rick said the Psycho movie was based off. Yeah, I don't doubt that. People who have 100 arrests should not be out walking around. I agree. You know, like I said, you're no longer, you can't be rehabilitated. I mean, there's some people that just don't want to get a job and actually work for a living. They'd rather commit crime, steal, rape, rob, whatever, murder. There's only one solution: kill them all. Ted Bundy, maybe it was Ted Bundy. I don't remember what. No, it was Dahmer that ate people. Ted Bundy, yeah, he was another serial killer. Kill them all. Fuck them all. You know what? They serve no purpose to society or humanity, and they need to be done away with. I said, just make sure that they're actually guilty, you know. 'Cause, I mean, there was that black guy they just released from prison. He served like 38 years in prison for a rape he never committed. You know, and now they have DNA testing, and that's how he got cleared of it. And they turned him loose. Of course, good for him in a way, but still he's pretty old. Every year you're in prison that you're innocent, you get $1 million for every year you're in there. He spent 38 years. He get $38 million, you know. But, you know, unfortunately, money can't buy time. Once that time's gone, it's gone forever. Ted Bundy was inspired by Ed Gein. Yeah, I believe it. Was Ted Bundy related to Al Bundy? No. But originally they were going to call the character Ted Bundy. And there was so much fear over it, they changed it to Al. They still wanted the Bundy last name, but they couldn't name him Ted Bundy because of the serial killer. I did. I actually read about that, man. I like Married with Children. I thought it was a great show. They should have never canceled it. Yeah, Thomas, I think they were cousins. Sure they were. I don't know, you know. Jeffrey Dahmer was around Milwaukee, North Side, while I was a young man on the South Side. Oh, no shit. Damn. Well, then Dahmer, he went for young men and boys. Some say he raped them first and then killed them. Some fucked up shit, man. And this is why everybody needs to have a gun. You know. Never had a problem with armed society. An armed society is a polite society. And it really is. You wouldn't see half the shit that goes on today if everybody was armed. And the hotheads, like I said, they'd be dealt with. You know. Still fucked up, but it is what it is. I said, you want to take away my gun when crime's at an all-time high, even though you say it's not, but you're lying, you know. If there's crime of any sort happening, I want a gun. When there's no crime anywhere for like many years, then maybe you might have something that might be ready to give up my gun. But until that happens, I'll just keep my gun, thank you. You know, I mean, it's getting to the point where you just don't, never know anymore, you know. And a lot of sketchy people run around these days. I seem to run into them all the time, too, you know. And I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I get a little nervous sometimes if somebody's looking at me weird. It don't matter what color they are. I don't have a problem with blacks or, you know, Latinos or Asians. That don't bother me that, but it's just the way they carry themselves or look at me or, you know. I get a bad feeling. I trust my instincts. If I think you're bad, I'm going to tread carefully, you know. And it don't matter what color you are. But, I mean, there's some white people out there that are worse than the blacks or the Hispanics or I mean, it's just never know anymore, you know. Bernard says, my little brother and Claude Dallas were hunting friends. Yeah, there's some backstories there, I'll bet. Rick says, when I was growing up, we had a mass murder in Toledo. Wow. That's when we didn't really have that problem where I live, up in Jersey, or even down here in Naples, Florida. We're always pretty much shielded from a lot of that stuff. But, there's been so many serial killers out there that, they've been all over the place. So I just got lucky that there wasn't one where I live. Maybe there was and they just never caught them, Ted Bundy murdered women in the Pacific Northwest when I was... Okay. I know one of them went after boys. I don't know why anybody would kill women. That's just fucked up. I mean, unless they're ugly women, no, I'm only kidding. But, why would you kill women? That's just fucked up, Now, there's something wrong with these people, something that ain't right up here. And like I said, you can't fix them. And you'll never really find out what caused the problem. Unless you're in their head, there's no way of knowing. So, yeah. It is what it is. So the quickest way to take out a serial killer is kill them first. And that's another thing. All these women that were killed by them could possibly have killed him if they were armed. Alright, Dahmer went after the boys. Dahmer went after young gay men. Okay. I don't remember so many things, but thanks for that info. Any one of them did. Ray says, sorry, probably already asked, but what we making on the 3D? Oh, I'm printing a, kind of hard to see because my fat ass is in the way. I don't know if you can see that or not. I'm printing a bracket to mount on the wall to hang one of these lights on. The LED lights to help illuminate when I'm doing live streams, of course, and when I do my Wise Guy videos. It's pretty bright in here, but not to the point where you can actually see my eyes. I don't wear glasses when I do the Wise Guy videos. But before I had the lights, yeah, my eyes are it's hard to see. It's even worse with a green screen behind me. So the extra illumination is also good for the green screen. And because on a green screen, if you don't have even light on it, you'll get fuzzy when you put your background in, which has always been a problem on this side. If I raised my arm or anything, it would get fuzzy and try to show the green screen itself because I didn't have sufficient lighting. So I had a ring light, which I don't know what the hell I did with. I'm going to give it to my wife back there, but it didn't put out enough light to fully illuminate the green screen. So that's what I'm making. It's a 8-hour print. Been running I think I started around 11 o'clock or so. Not quite done yet, but it should be getting close. Yeah, it's a pretty big, see if I could turn where you can see this thing better. Right there you go, you can see it there. Both printers are printing the same ones to see which one comes out best. But the one with the gray filament, which is right there, it looks like it's getting close to finishing it. Maybe. So this what it is, you mount it on the wall, and it's got a hole in the top that the light frame will go into. I'll have to put a threaded hole for it, and so I can lock it down. And it's just going to swing left or right, which is fine. I'm going to put it over there, the right hand side of my monitor. This one here is on the left side. And then the other bracket, I'm going to put off to the right a little bit. And I noticed that these also have a camera mount on them, which is pretty slick. So I'm going to use my camcorder to mount on that for an overhead camera, so you can look down on whatever I happen to be doing. This is going to work real nice. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. Bernard says, we were the second city in the U.S. to become a sanitary county sheriff. Had all citizens come to town and meet in the park. Over 4,500 armed citizens came packing to have a Coke or some coffee. That's cool. I wish they'd do that here. And we got Grady Judd up in Polk County, which is the next county over. And that guy's pretty cool, but he has issues with open carry, though. So that kind of pissed me off, because I'm thinking, well, it's not like you're afraid, He's great. He loves concealed carry, but he's mad at the open carry. I don't know why. I was a little messed up. Dave says dildo. Oh, no, it's not a dildo. It's too rigid to be one anyway. Oh, I've seen files for them. I kid you not. I can't imagine any woman actually using one, because there's some questionable whether it's safe to use and insert. I don't know. Rest says Bundy kidnapped and raped his victims, then murdered them. Pure evil, absolutely. Rick says, I forgot what sheriff's jail has the vacancy sign on it, and that was that one guy. That was in Nevada, I think, or was it Arizona? We get the two confused. Yeah, that was the one he had him wear the pink underwear. He got busted. They came down hard on him because they said he was guilty of human rights violations, which of course is bullshit. I can't remember his name now, but I liked him. I mean, he didn't take no shit from nobody. If you were a criminal, he treated you like one. That's the way it should be. Rick says Bundy also slept with the dead bodies also. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up, man. Jim, my FEP on my Anycubic Photon X6K had a tiny hole. No resin came out because a piece of resin was stuck in the hole. Ordered more FEPs for the 6K. Cool. You got lucky. That's what ruined my first one. I had a small hole in it, and I didn't have the lens protector over the LEDs. It fucked the whole LED system up. So I learned from that. Always have the LED lens protector on there. Judd is pretty. Yeah, he is. Hey Ray, how you doing, Raymond? 127. How you doing? Good to see you. Just got here. Bernard says, Jim, are you and Tom running the same printers? No. Well, we did for a while, and then Tom got the Bamboo Labs A1. Much better printer. I'm going to get one probably later next year. So these are getting to the point where they're not printing that good anymore. They do get wore out. The A1 is much nicer. The one Tom has two of them. He has the A1 and the A1 Mini, and he has on the A1 he has multiple filaments on it, so you can do different colors. And he says he might get the same thing for the Mini as well. I don't really print multiple colors, so I don't need it, but it's really nice. And the machines have come down in price a little bit, so they're affordable now. I said I'm going to get one, and I'm probably going to retire these Anycubic Vipers at some point. What am I printing? Cucumbers? No, I'm printing a. It's really kind of like a wall sconce, I guess is the best thing you can call it. But it's set up to take one of these LED panels for light panels to hold it in place. So it'll swing left and right in it. And that's going to help with illuminating me. So, I designed it yesterday and I figured I'll print one out. It's an 8-hour print. It should work fine. We'll see. Tom Grassi says, my Anycubic resin printers are a year old now. My filaments are Bamboo Labs A1 and Mini. Yeah. Richard Thomas, is that the same issue you talked about on your show? Probably. Alright, Dave, the NSF, thanks for popping in. Have a good weekend. Be safe and Merry Christmas to you. And if you're available, we'll see you on Christmas Day. Rick says, that was my other Anycubic Mono 4K smaller build plate. Yeah, see, I got the Mono, I guess it's a 4K, it's a Mono 2. That's a resin, that's the Anycubic. I like that one, it's been working good for me. Also have the Creality Howlet 1. It works pretty well too. That's who it was, Joe Orpeo. I couldn't remember that. Thanks for checking that out for me, Russ. And Bernard says, yeah, Tom, man, you printed some cool stuff I'd like to learn. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, me and Tom, we do print a lot of cool stuff. If we need something, we figure out, a lot of times, sometimes we'll work together on a project for either him or me. You come up with something, design and then print it out, and we're good to go. So, Tom's been really helpful to me, and I'm sure I've been helpful to him, so we do really well with that stuff. Yeah, I was Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He was a real badass, and they, well, first they stripped him of the sheriff's rights and everything there, and I think he was trying to run for mayor or something. He lost badly. There are a lot of people that had a hard on for him because he didn't fuck around, and they're probably criminals themselves. Oh, he's a badass. We can't have him ruining people's lives. Well, fucking people ruin their own lives. He's just making sure they don't do it again. You got to run around in a tent prison, no air conditioning, and all you're wearing is a pair of pink underwear. That's going to humble you a little bit, I would think anyway. Rick says, yeah, Tom is doing some amazing prints, doing the prints just from a picture. Well, he's got the software for that too, but he does come up with a lot of cool stuff. He said, I've come up with some things too. That's why I said if you need something, one of us could probably help you out. Rod says, oh yeah, Joe was the man. I liked his approach. Don't like it? Well, don't fuck up and you won't have to see me. Absolutely. And Grady Judge's kind of the same way too here in Florida. He's a tough guy too, but he doesn't quite go that far outside the norms of the law. So they don't really bother him, but he's kind of he's a showman, I say, I always see him on the internet on YouTube, and he always has his pictures, This guy here, you know who he is? Yeah, he actually likes to, sell drugs, and we have put a stop to that. I mean, he's listen to him, he's funny as shit, But he takes care of problems. Sheriff Joe is a cool dude, in my opinion. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly, Bernard. The Bleeding Hearts took Joe down. Well, this is the problem. Democrats, mostly. Well, we can't actually fuck with criminals, We got to treat them with respect and dignity. No, we don't. There's a guy who was on death row. I don't know where it was. He was scheduled to be executed, I think, yesterday or the day before. And they halted the execution because some anti-death penalty group said, well, there's no doubt about his guilt. He killed 2 or 3 people. That's established. He did it, and he admits to it. But they said the jury was not informed enough to recommend the death penalty. Well, who the fuck are you to make that determination? You know, finally a jury that gets it right. This guy killed 3 people. He fucking murdered them for no good reason. Let's, take him out. Here we are, 22 years later. They're finally ready to take him out. Oh, well, you can't kill him because the jury wasn't, they weren't on board with the whole law. Oh, fuck that. Who cares? Just kill the bastard and be done with it, Rick says, yeah, you sent me some signal boxes. I like that. I did? I probably did. I know I made a bunch of them. I've done a lot of things, and I've gotten better at I'm designing more stuff now. And so is Tom, He's made things that, we both make things that don't exist. And that's where 3D printing really shines, because there's things you can't buy them. It's like my overhead rail system, They make one. It's extremely expensive. I think mine looks better. And I printed the whole thing, I designed it and printed it. So, and I saved a ton of money. Like I said, the one I saw, I think it was $12 for each section, was 7 inches long. Well, I've got like 50 foot of it. You know what that would have cost? It would have broke me. So I just printed the damn thing, And I printed it to my specifications. Whatever height I decide, whatever width I decide, the supports are spaced the way I need them to be. And that's something you can't buy anywhere, Democrats are always siding with criminals and terrorists and illegals. Punk-ass pieces of shit. Yeah, you got that right, Russ. So I said, I don't know why we don't round them up and throw them the hell out of the country. Give them a choice. Death by hanging for treason, or we'll send you a ticket anywhere you want to go. One way. Pretty sure I know what they'd pick. If you hate America, you don't belong here. I don't care who you are, what color you are, what your religious beliefs are. If you hate America, that's the one question. That's the line in the sand that we need to draw. If you cross that line, you're out of here. Very simple. Bernard says, I've been saving for years, make wooden structures with trap doors. Great again. Now that would work too. Well, it's like me and Tom were talking about, Tom Grassi, saying these school shootings. They've got a fix for it. They really do. They won't do it because, I don't know what the reason is, but it's called a lockbox, I think it's called. You got your bulletproof doors on the outside to get in the building, and you got an area that you can fit in, and then there's bulletproof doors there and steel reinforced walls on both sides. So if a gunman forces his way in, or he just let him in, you trap him between the 2 doors. He can't get out. They're bulletproof. He can't shoot his way out. And you solve the problem. And to build these lock rooms, or whatever the hell they're called, it's like a couple $1,000s for each one. They could put one in every school. Like I said, let them in. Have sensors in there that can, detect a weapon. Let them come in, trap them in there. Call the law, they can come in. They can, well, hopefully we'll just shoot them and be done with it. But if they prefer to arrest them, they can do that. But nobody will die, And they won't do this. They won't arm the teachers. They won't put armed cops or armed guards in the schools. It's going to keep on happening. The Jews, they're so Israelis. The first school shooting they had in Israel was the last school shooting they had. As soon as that happened, all the teachers are armed in the schools and taught, when and how to use their guns. There hasn't been a school shooting there since because, it's suicide. But we won't do it here. Oh, school is not a place for guns. Well, if fucking nutcases are walking in or killing people with them, yes it is. Well, what do I know, right? Uh, Tom says, Jim, I figured out why they do not want to do it. Next time we talk, I'll let you know what I found out. I can imagine. And you're probably right on the money. And I've said that for years, too, that, that's why they don't want vigilantes. Not because vigilantism is a problem. I mean, it could be, I guess, but if you had enough vigilantes out there taking care of the bad guys, what do we need the cops for? You could fire them all and it'd be unnecessary, And I think that's why they don't want crime to really go away, They thrive on crime because, keeps them employed. Russ says, i.e. gallows, I think, Bernard. Yeah, there you go, gallows. Hardly call that anymore, but we need to bring back the gallows and hanging. Hanging is a very cheap, efficient way to deal with criminals. The electric chair was fine. I mean, my issue with the electric chair is, they put a hood over the guy so you wouldn't see his eyes pop out. His tongue fucking fall out and all other shit, but I think people need to see that shit. See how disgusting it is, how gross it is, how macabre it is. Because you're thinking, I don't want to be that guy, I'm not going to do that stupid shit because I don't want to be in his place. But if you shield everybody from it, they don't really know, You know how many people don't know that when you die, you generally let go of everything in your body, you know what I mean? You shit, you piss. Because there's nothing there to hold it in anymore. You die, everything relaxes. Most people are not aware that that happens. And the term shitting the bed basically means dying in your bed. Because when you die in your bed, you probably shit the bed. A lot of people don't know this. I mean, it's kind of disgusting without a doubt, but if people understood the realities of the punishment for murder, rape, whatever, they'd probably be less inclined to do it. I mean, the ones who don't, well, that's what those punishments are for. But the vast majority of people wouldn't do it. How many teenagers are going out committing crimes and thinking they'll get away with it because, they're juveniles? I mean, a lot of them get charged as adults, but a lot don't. It shouldn't matter how old you are. If you're old enough to kill somebody, you're old enough to, to lose your own life. Period. I don't care if you're 10 years old. You killed that man, you shot him, or you stabbed him, guess what? You're going to die. And to publicize it. This 7-year-old here, or 10-year-old, whatever, killed the man for no good reason, now we're going to kill him. And the rest of the 10-year-olds are going to be out there, holy shit, I don't want to be that kid. So I'm saying we're not handling these things correctly, but we need to. Jim, we have armed guards in our high school. Do you really? Well, we have the sheriff, one sheriff, usually a volunteer. He's got his gun with him, but generally he only kind of really just hangs out at the front entrance. I mean, that's right, Ray, an eye for an eye. I don't have a problem with guards in the school. I don't have a problem with arming the teachers. However, you got to get conservative teachers because most of the leftards that are teachers, I wouldn't trust them with a gun. They're liable to go off one day and wipe out their whole class, But I trust a conservative with a gun because, they got a brain. But something has to be done. I mean, when he said we can fix this, but we clearly don't want to. Rick said we have the police in our schools. Yeah, he said they're doing it pretty much everywhere now, except for some of the blue states because, we can't bring in people with guns in the school. It'll scare the kids. The kids are probably thinking, oh, that's cool, I don't think it's scaring any. If it does, there's something wrong with that kid to begin with. The only time you should fear something is if you're going to do something to realize that fear. It's like, I was scared to death of my dad when I did wrong because, I knew he was going to kick my ass. And he usually didn't, but in my mind, he's going to beat my ass and it's going to hurt and I ain't going to be happy with it. I didn't screw up for that reason, you know. And people says, well, it's wrong to have fear of your parent or parents. No, it's good to fear doing wrong. And my kids were brought up the same way. I love my kids, they love me. But they knew if they fucked up, there was going to be a price to pay for it, Somebody was going to get spanked or something, And I really didn't have to do it because they believed that, that I'd go crazy on them or whatever. They were scared to death of doing wrong, let me find out. That's a good thing, And my kids turned out good. And same with me. It was the same way, like you said. I remember my mother saying, wait till your dad gets home. You'll regret doing what you did today. And, me and my sister, oh shit, we screwed up, And Dad would get home and my mother would, go off on him and, their kids, leave them alone. Unless you did something really bad. One time I ran away from home. I think I was 12 years old. I was on my way back because it was a stupid idea and I realized it after about an hour. So on my way back, sheriff shows up. Jim Tedesco? Yeah, he's getting the car. All right, what are we doing? He said, I'm taking you home. So I was on my way home anyway. He says, yeah, I'm going to make sure you get there. It's all right. So, takes me home, knocks on the door. My dad answers the door. Of course, my mother already told, my old man that I ran away from home. He was not real happy with me to begin with. So, I don't know. Sometimes I said, well, I was on my way home, but this pig picked me up. Worst thing I could have said. My man whipped his belt off and beat the dog shit out of me. I had it coming. I mean, I didn't think so at the time, but, he did. And that cop stood there with a grin on his face, You don't call police officers pigs. I mean, every fucking word I was getting. I got hit everywhere, except the face. You didn't mean the face. I got hit in the back with a belt, leather belt. The back, the butt, the back of my legs, the front of my legs, my arms, my chest. I mean, he just wailed on my ass, man, And like I said, if he did that today, they would have arrested him and threw away the key and probably took me and put me in a home somewhere. But it was one of the best things he ever did for me because you know what? Never called the cop a pig again after that. I mean, even when he wasn't around, I don't know, it just kind of did something to me. I just didn't use that word anymore, Because my dad, you have to respect authority, and that was all there was to it. And he didn't think that authority could do any wrong. He did find out later on that there were some that did. But still, what he did that day changed my life in a good way, So yes, I think discipline is a necessity. Something kids today don't get. When I was raising my kids, we got in trouble because I pissed off a cop and he lied to get my kids taken away from us and we got them back. But we had to go through, counseling and all this other horse shit. And I told one woman, she was just like, I said, you don't really believe the crap you're spewing here, do you? Well, what do you mean? I says, you can't talk to a young child and expect them to understand and comprehend what you're trying to get across. They understand the belt. They understand the back of your hand. They understand punishment, getting grounded in a room for a day or whatever. They don't understand talk. You sit there, you talk to a 10-year-old, say, well, son, you shouldn't have done that. It's a very bad thing, and go on. And the kid's thinking, who's this moron? He ain't going to do nothing. He'll go out and do it again because, I ain't getting in no trouble. Now, if you whip his ass, he ain't going to do it again because, that hurt. And the kid understands pain. He doesn't understand words. So when I confronted the psychiatrist, she finally admitted that she didn't believe what she was telling either, but that was her job. I said, well, don't you think it's wrong that you're telling these parents to do something that may be causing more problems than you're solving? Well, that's not for you to say. I said, but it is, I said, I was brought up a certain way. I'm bringing my kids up the same way I was. We were not beat. We weren't abused. But when we did wrong, we got punished for it. Sometimes we got the belt on our ass. Sometimes we got grounded in our rooms for a day or whatever. That's just the way it is. You learn from it. I said, my parents let me run roughshod over whatever I did. I'd probably be a complete fucking, piece of shit right now. Trust me, my parents did good by disciplining me. But this is the problem. The system, they're not interested in, things that are actually good for you. Let's see. And my thing stopped again. I got to refresh it. Typical. The other one's working good now, so that's good. Let's see. Today's parents don't punish their kids. They wind up becoming entitled. Yeah, well, we're seeing it already, There's no doubt about that. Tom Gray said, Rick's trains. Rick, the package should be ready on Saturday, almost down. Printing the mini me's. Okay, cool. It says we have an armed police officers in most of our schools called, school resource officers or SROs. We have the same thing here. I'm surprised because we are a blue state. They have a good rapport with the kids, at least here in the burbs. And most of them do, because, I think it makes the kids feel a little safer and it teaches them respect for authority, too, which is seriously lacking nowadays. Rick says, you can't spank the kids here, you will go to jail. My dad's friend did go to jail for spanking his kid. I was threatened with it, I didn't care. And I told him I didn't give a shit. I'm not changing what works because some know-it-all thinks they know more than I do. And they backed off because, I said, I'm not fucking around with you. I'm not abusing my children. I'm not hurting them. Seriously. But they will get spanked for, doing wrong because that's what they understand. It's what I understood when I was a kid. These kids today don't respect their elders. Well, that's true, right? There's no doubt about it. Bernard says, I'm 100 for take the trip to the principal's office. These kids get away with it young, then it gets worse the older they get. All my kids got a paddle at some point. Well, mine did too, and so did I, But I was kind of an asshole. I got in a fight with a kid. I didn't start it. He started. He jumped me, and I got the better of him, and I was pounding him on the ground. And the vice principal, we used to call her, this was in 6th grade middle school. The vice principal, we called her Bulldog Hunter. She was an old lady. Her face was she looked like a bulldog. She really did, Anyway, she cracked a yardstick over my back. I was in a fight mode. And I came up, I was ready to hit, so I didn't know who it was. And thank God I didn't fucking just throw a fist because I'd have probably killed her, So I stopped and I said, what the hell are you doing? No fighting allowed in the school. Go to the office right now. All right, fine. I didn't start it. I didn't care, right? I get there, the principal says, well, we have a no tolerance thing here, 0 tolerance. I said, yeah, not my problem. I didn't start the fight, but I finished it, I said, how come the other kid ain't in here? Well, you beat him up. I says, yeah, what's your point? He started the fight. He should get in more trouble than I do. Well, it doesn't work that way, so I get it. Whoever wins gets the beat or gets the paddle, but the loser doesn't. He didn't answer me because he knows, right? So he said, well, I'm going to give you 2 licks. I said, no, you'll give me 1 lick because, I'm half responsible. I'm not taking 2 licks. He says, you're not in a position to tell me what you're going to do. All right, fine, whatever. So he had a school chair, like a lunch chair or whatever, in the cafeteria, plastic ones, up against the wall, and you had to stand at it. Your head was up against the wall, your hands on the chair, and he'd whack you with a paddle. Which hurt because, it didn't really hurt my ass too much. It hurt my fucking head, though, because when he hit me, my head hit the wall, All right, you got your 1 in. So when he came back for the second swing, I did a tuck and roll. He swung and missed me badly. Lost his balance, hit the floor. He's a big guy, too. He's like 6'1". Now a 6th grader. Well, I grabbed the paddle. I start fucking hitting him with it, right? I'm like, wow, wow, wow. You can't hit me. Who the fuck do you think? I fucking lost it. I wanted to kill the bastard, not really, but I was mad. He's screaming for help. This guy's 6'1". He's afraid of a sixth grader, because he finally got what he had coming anyway. And they called the sheriff in. I almost got arrested. And my parents were called in. My mother, she's crazy, she come in there, right away. And this is the way she talked. Who the fuck told you could beat my kid? I'll fucking kick your goddamn ass, you piece of shit motherfucker. I mean, her mouth was way worse than mine, And I think it scared people, She looked at the cop and said, you want to arrest my son? You better arrest me too. Because it's going to get ugly here. And the lawsuits will be flying, They had no authority to hit my son. He said, ma'am, your son beat up the principal. I said, well, wait a minute here. I said, look, I told the story, I said, I figured, okay, I'll get the one whack. No problem. But I wasn't taking two. Just because. And he thought he was going to give me two. Well, he was wrong. Anyway, all said and done, I didn't get in any trouble. Because my mother said, where's the kid that started the fight? Well, we sent him home. Well, how come he doesn't get any licks? Well, he lost the fight. She was, but he started it. He should be the only one to get in trouble anyway. My kid just defended himself, and you're punishing him for it, So, that was great, And the guy was terrified of me. Like I said, I wasn't big or anything. I was, what was I, like 5'5" at the time, 6th grade. Not built well or anything. I was just a kid, But I don't think he ever had anybody actually, go after him the way I did. It is what it is. But like I said, that they investigated him. And because I told him, I said he had a locker in his office, a metal locker, because I remember when he opened up the door, he had about 30 paddles in there of different sizes and types, and he had, rubber ones with holes in them, wooden ones with holes in them, solid wooden ones, and all these different paddles, and I'm thinking, this guy's getting off on this shit, Turns out he was a little whacked. He got in a little bit of trouble, but that put an end to corporal punishment in the school anyway. In that school. Because, I said, dude, you can't go around whipping people when they're not at fault. I said, if I started a fight, I'll take my licks. However many you decide to give me. But I didn't start it. So, anyway, but yeah, we all got paddled here and there. Ray says, so many adults are very rude and snotty. That's true. But remember, they started that way as kids, though. Like I said, I was not a good example of a respectable citizen when I was young. I had a mouth on me, I had an attitude, and, I didn't give a shit, But I eventually, very quickly actually, changed my attitude to, all right, I'll treat you with respect as long as you treat me with respect. If you badmouth me or you go off on me, well, you're going to get it right back, And I still think that's the proper. Instead of cops I've had, cops, if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you first, Yes, sir, no, sir, yes, officer, no, officer, whatever. But it got to a point, it was so bad, like I said, I was getting harassed by the cops when I was a teenager. I'd be in my car driving somewhere, get pulled over. Cop would come, Mr. Tedesco, let's see some ID. What for? Because I said so. Well, you already know who I am. Doesn't matter. Show me your ID, or you're going to jail. It's my fucking ID. Where you coming from? None of your fucking business. Where you going? None of your fucking business. I can arrest you, then fucking go ahead. Stop talking about it. Because when they disrespected me, I disrespected them. I didn't care. They were full of shit anyway. They couldn't do anything. They were just hassling me, Hey, all right, Mr. Tedesco, go. Go about your business. 2 miles down the road, you get pulled over by another cop. Mr. Tedesco, let's see some ID. What are we going to do this shit the rest of the day? It took a long time for me to get out from under that mess, and I'm not going to go into the story why it happened. But I didn't do anything wrong, Cops had an attitude, and they wanted to take me down because I stood up to them. Well, when you're right, you're right. When you're wrong, and I was right. So, anyway. Fun paddling leads to self-discipline and respect. Absolutely, right? You know. That's what I'm saying. If it's done with proper intent, it's a good thing. Now that principal, like I said, he did it because I think he got off on it, you know. But, you know, with my dad, well actually my mother was more of a disciplinarian than my dad was. My dad was pretty even tempered, and unless you really, really screwed off, like calling a cop a pig, he generally didn't want to bother with you too much. You know, he'd say, you know, you're going to piss your mother off, she's going to beat your ass. He didn't cuss, so he didn't say it like that, but, you know, my mother, on the other hand, every other word out of her mouth was fuck. Now you know where I get it from. But, and my mother, you know, she did it as a control thing, you know. She would try and make us do things that we shouldn't be doing. I don't mean anything illegal or anything, but, you know. I mean, we had our chores, and, you know, we did them. I took out the garbage. My sister and I took turn watching dishes. You know, we had to do stuff like that because, you know, it builds character. But she would have us do stupid things, and I can't think of any offhand, but, you know, I want you to do this. Like, Mom, I can't do that. It's not my thing. You back-talking me, or you sassing me, you know? No, I'm just telling you I ain't going to do it. Next thing you know, she breaks out the wooden spoon. Remember the big wooden spoon? Cracks that over my fucking back. He only broke the spoon, and it didn't really hurt. And I just laughed at her, you know. But because she did things because she was trying to assert authority over me and my sister, you know. And we both kind of, you know, said, no, we're not going to play this game. My dad, if he had to hit us for whatever reason, because we did something really bad and we deserved it, we knew the difference. And I think all kids know the difference anyway, you know. And I mean, I've had friends where, you know, the old man was a drunk and he beat them just because he was having a bad day. That shit ain't right, you know. But I've also seen, you know, parents that, you know, really love their kids. When their kids fuck up, you know, they may paddle them. And of course, like I said, when you're that age, you don't think it's a good thing. You don't really think it's a good thing until you become older and realize they did it because they loved you. You know. But at the time, you're thinking, my parents are assholes, man. They keep beating my ass, you know. That's because you keep fucking up. Quit fucking up, they won't beat your ass. I mean, it's a lesson you don't always learn until, you know, years later, but you do learn it, and you're thankful for it. So, I don't have a problem with it. But like I said, you got these leftards, and that's what they are. Yeah. Oh, we got a better way. You should never lay a hand on your children or hit them with a belt or a paddle or anything, because, you know, you'll ruin their psyche. Well, maybe their psyches need to be ruined a little bit. Hey, Peter, 08Z7D, how you doing? Good you're here, man. Trains and your hobby is where it's at. Yes, it is. And most time we do talk about trade, but we do get off on tangents every now and then, and we talk about all kinds of stuff. But we do actually talk about trains here on occasion, and some of the things I'm doing. And printing. I do a lot of 3D printing to make things for my hobby. So, you know. Tom says, I blame all the lawyers. They were the first to allow kids to sue the parents for looking at them. I know. My daughters, they were, let's see, how old they were. One was in first grade, one was in second grade. So they were, 6 and 7 years old. They both went to the same public school. They come home one day and we say, you know, what'd you learn in school today? You know, typical parent question, right? And then my kids were very open with us, so we didn't have to, you know, beat information out of them. But the girl said, well, we found out today you can't hit us. If you do, you'll go to jail. I said, all right. They also tell you what will happen if you turn us in for disciplining you. Well, what do you mean? Well, they'll take you away, put you in a home that people there don't care about you. They'll probably abuse you and hit you for no reason, and your life will be miserable while your mom and I will be in jail. Is that what you want? Well, they didn't tell us that. I know they didn't, but I'm telling you how it's going to work. I said, you know me and your mom never discipline you unless you need it. We don't abuse you. We don't hit you for fun. We want you to be safe and, do the right things in life. The next day I went to the school and I fucking raised the roof on that place, man. I went fucking ballistic. I talked to the principal and the teacher that told my kids this. And I said, let me explain something to you. I'm the fucking parent. You're nothing more than a bunch of paid jackasses. And you got no right to try and tell my kids that I can't discipline them. And if you do it again, that'll be the least of your problems. I'll show you what discipline really looks like among adults. Are you threatening us, sir? No, I'm fucking promising you. Fuck with me and find out. You do not tell my kids that crap. You're here to teach my kids how to write, do math, how to read, a little bit of history, and all the things you do in school, not about what we do at home. None of your fucking business. Do I make myself fucking clear to you? And they're like, well, I guess so. You don't need to get upset about it. It scared them a little bit, but it needed to be said. And I was constantly going to school. One time they were teaching, and they said, it was only my girls, the boys that they weren't born yet, but the girls came home from school. I said, what are you doing in school? Well, we played with dolls. And I'm going, what do you mean? Well, they were dolls, but they looked like real dolls. They had, all the private parts. I said, yeah, what were you doing with them? Well, the teacher wanted to know if you or mom ever touched those parts. Or anybody else. I'm going, okay. I'll be at school tomorrow. And I did. I went there the next day and fucking raised the roof again, man. What the fuck are you trying to teach my kids? We do not abuse our children sexually or any other way. And to even suggest it is just beyond, reasonable common sense. Where the fuck do you get off doing that shit? You take them dolls and stuff them where the sun don't shine. If you don't do it, I might. You're not here to teach my kids to play with dolls. You're here to teach them how to read, write, do, the same old spiel. Oh, yes, sir, I didn't take any shit from them. I really didn't. And I remember telling them, because I was always in trouble in school myself, And I said, one day I'll be the parent. You will rue the day that I come in here as a parent. And I kept my promise. But, and the schools and the law, they're the same brand. The lawyers, whatever, I mean, we'd have never even considered suing our parents because, they didn't do something the way we wanted, First of all, they would have beat the shit out of us, and we would have had it coming. And back in those days, that you just couldn't do it, And today, like you said, parents are getting sued by their kids for, well, my mom won't buy me that bicycle I want, so I want to sue her. What, are you fucking serious? And if the law was really responsible, they'd beat the kid's ass, send them home, and tell the parent to beat the kid's ass next. Because, when we were kids, that's the way it worked, That's why you didn't smart mouth your neighbors or your friends' parents or whatever. They'd beat your ass, send you home, and your parents would beat your ass again because of what you did to theirs. That don't work anymore, but it needs to. Am I right or what, right? So, that's some crazy shit, but the world is fucked up beyond repair. To a certain degree, it really is. They do this in Sweden. I think that's where we got it from. In Sweden, if you look at your kids the wrong way, you could go to jail. They don't have, the corporal punishment doesn't exist in Sweden. I don't know why them kids aren't completely fucked up. I guess they probably are, and they're just not telling us. But it's wrong. Russ says, I really had to spank my kids. We taught them the boundaries and right and wrong. Well, I did the same thing from the time they crawled, We reinforced that throughout their lives. I have 2 great adult kids now. Same here. I got 3 left. I lost one, but hey, Dave Nitch, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. Merry Christmas to you. Um, my first wife, she was kind of argumentative with me at first. She was, 2 years old, they're too young to spank. I go, no, they're never too young to spank. You got to be careful. You don't want to hurt them, you know, seriously hurt them. But because she had a lot of knickknacks, all those glass figurines and stuff that were within their reach. And she goes, well, I guess I got to put up nothing. We're not putting up nothing. I said, that's not the way it works. You teach them not to touch these things. So, when they did, they got spanked. Didn't do any real damage to them or didn't draw blood or anything. And they knew that they couldn't touch certain things. These are your toys. These are your mom's toys. You don't touch your mom's toys. You don't touch dad's toys. You only touch your own toys. And that's the way they were. They were fine with it, because they understood. And if they did do something wrong, we had kind of I like to think, a fair way of doing things, Because, they screwed up. They're kids, we all do it. So what would happen if they did something wrong? It's all right, sat them down, says, here's the deal. You're going to get grounded for a week. Can't play with your toys or go outside or whatever. It's going to be a rough week. But if you do it again, then you're going to get in real trouble. Now you know. Before you might not have known. Now you know what you can't do. So don't do it again. And they haven't, seriously, my kids never did the same thing twice. Because they knew or they believed that it would cost them their asses, seriously, Because they put that fear in them, You always got one shot. After that, now you know. You can't use that as an excuse. Well, I didn't know, Dad. Yeah, you did. Because you already got punished for it once. Second time, you get your ass beat. And I really didn't have to spank the kids that much. Just very few times. Because we did it when they were young, when you're supposed to. And that threat of doing it again, we reinforced it without actually having to do it. And it made a lifetime thing. And the kids are great. They're very responsible. They've done well with their lives so far. My oldest is 43 now, I think, or 44. She's got a family. She owns a house, and she's doing well. My other daughter, she married into money. She's a year younger, and she's doing well for herself, too. She lives up in Virginia. My other son, the surviving son, he's got something to do with the government. He goes all over the world. I don't know what he does exactly. He's not allowed to tell us. But he's a good kid, and he's, and he's, let's see, he's probably about 38, about 37, 38 now. And, like I said, we reinforced the right things to our kids, and that's all you can do, And once they become adults, then they have to start making their own decisions. Sometimes they make good ones, sometimes they don't. My oldest son, Terrell, he married the wrong woman, and she wound up murdering him, and got away with it, no less. And that's why she's no longer in this country, because I told her I would take care of her. She left the country over it. I wasn't the only one, but I told her, you ever step foot in Florida, I will end you. I'm not joking. I will kill you, and I will not be quick about it, and it will be very painful. You killed my son, life for life. So she wouldn't come back to Florida. Well, Terrell had friends up in Ohio where she lived, and I think they told her the same thing, so she wound up leaving the country. She's living out in Europe somewhere. It's the way it is. Let's see here. So, I don't know, like I said, if something works, you shouldn't try and change it, or, no, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's true in all facets of life, whether it's your car, your home, your kids, your wife, your husband. Doesn't matter. If they're not broke, stop trying to fix them. Yeah? And unfortunately, in America, we have this nasty habit of always trying to fix things or make them better, and usually we make them worse. And discipline is another area that, They want us to raise our kids to where we never hit them, we never look at them cross-eyed, we never say anything negative to them, and then we wonder why the kids are all fucked up. Hey Jim, are you having a Christmas live next? Yes, I will be on at 6 o'clock like always. I won't be doing a giveaway because I don't have any money and I can't afford to give away anything. But we'll do a show. Because, yeah, Shortline Thursday falls on Christmas Eve. Or Christmas Day. So, it is what it is. I hope some of you guys will be, I hope all you guys will be there. But, you know, if you're not, that's fine. I know you all got families and some of you have, you know, small kids. And you want to spend time with them and not listen to me bullshit. But if you can make it, that'll be cool. I'll be here. Well, internet permitting, of course. And we're doing good. We're staying in the green. Everything's at the top of its levels. I don't even have any no drop frames or nothing. I guess my threat to Comcast worked, because I told you guys fuck up, man. I'm getting Starlink, you know, and I will too. If they screw up my internet again, I'm getting Starlink. You know, I don't fuck around with that shit, man. It's like, you get away with it once, and after that's no excuse. Let's see. Russ says, just think, last week we were talking about buttholes and bidets. That's true, we were. Now, Derek, you're sucking up. We don't need gifts, just your sparkling personality. Yeah, for right? I don't think so. No, I don't know, you know. Tom says, I will on Christmas Eve. There you go. That's right, yeah, Wednesday, so you'll be live too, so. And I'll be there for that. Rick says, if the family is gone, I will be here. All the family is coming over here. AWG. Well, you know. I said sometimes you can sneak away and jump on for a little bit, you know. No biggie. If you're there, you're there. If you're not, you're not, you know. I enjoy doing these live streams. They're fun. I get to talk to you guys. We get to talk about anything we want, almost. And it's somewhat educational and otherwise positive, so like I said, it's fun and I enjoy it. That's why I was so mad last week, because I couldn't do my live stream. And I'm pretty sure it's the first one I have not done. Ever. Derek wants to know, Tom, are you getting any guests for next week's show? The only way I could bring a guest in is if I use your StreamYard. And I don't use it. Oh, I got something funny I got to show. I always keep forgetting about it. Let me bring it up here. This is not really trained, but at first I thought it was. It's called the Foster. I think it's a steam engine car, I think. Because it's got rubber wheels, so I don't think it was a train, but it's funny as shit. Check it out. It's a short, it only lasts a minute or two. That's a little weird, but I thought it was funny. Everybody loves a fart joke anyway. Tom says, Jim, check around and see if they have an internet company near you. That's what I have, an internet provider company. I have a business account with them. Really, the only thing we have here is Comcast And CenturyLink, which is DSL, CenturyLink totally sucks. I had it when I first moved up here and dumped it like the first month because it never worked. And the only other thing is, like I said, Starlink. And I will go to Starlink if push comes to shove. So we'll have to wait and see how that works. But Bernard says this is going to be an odd one. All the kids are scattered. My Christmas present to myself will be to work on the train room. I'm in the same boat. My kids are all over the place. My eldest daughter's in Naples with her family, so she's going to be busy with her family. My second daughter's up in Virginia. I said she's doing her thing. My son, I don't know where he is. My other son, the one that's trans, we don't really get along that well, but so I mean, there's really, my sister and brother are up in Indiana, so it's kind of rough, but it is what it is. So just me and the wife, basically. Maybe her daughter will come by, or my stepdaughter, and hang out with us for a little bit. Who knows? So we'll have to wait and see. But that's pretty much the way it is. Russ says, anybody think they are getting model trains for Christmas? I wish. I did order one. I ordered an Amtrak. It's a Walters mainline passenger car, Amtrak passenger coach. It's lit up, but the lights don't work that well. I'll have to put LEDs in there. But the problem with the ones I printed is they don't roll well enough to be able to use the P42 with them. They'll pull fine, they don't push fine. And they have to be able to do both because it's a back and forth deal. So I think I got that one, it'll be here on the 22nd. I ordered off eBay. It's used, of course, which is fine. It was cheap. I got it for $15. And $10 shipping, so it wasn't bad at all. I'm probably going to get a second one. I'm probably going to have, because my station's only allowed 2 cars to pull inside. So I'll probably get a second one, shortly thereafter, and just use the P42 to pull both, pull and push back and forth. So that's my Christmas present to myself. My wife doesn't have money really. She wants to get her eyes fixed with cataracts, so I told her, don't even worry about a present for me. I said, I'll be fine. And nobody else is going to get me anything either, so, It's just the way it works. Rick says, be watching Thomas' show. Also, if we get home from the wife's family. There you go. Tom says, Derek, I can bring up 5 guests. Yeah, Russ, that's what it's called, the farting Foster. It's weird. Tom, if you want, you can invite me on your show. I'll jump in on Wednesday. I could be one of your guests if you want. I have no issue with using StreamYard, so let me know if you want me to be one of your guests. Derek says passing gas. Chuck says, technically, Jim, you did make it on last week for a few minutes, so your streak continues. Not really. Rick says, engine that farts. It was funny. It was weird that they could make it do that. Ray says, the sound of that Russian dictator. There you go. Reminds me of when my kids first discovered farts. So we do have Verizon here, but I kind of on the outs with Verizon. I used to have my self-service with them. And me and my son, the one that's dead, we had, we were both in on their service. And when he died, I tried to get his, because we were on contract. I said, well, he's dead. So take his phone off, and he said, well, we can't do that. You're going to have to pay his phone for the whole 2-year contract. He said, no, I'm not doing it. So I said, you know what, fuck you. Take mine off too. I'll go to somebody else, and I did. And I kind of left them with, it wasn't much of a bill, like $30, but they wanted me to pay them for the full 2-year contract, and I refused to do it. So I just dropped them and said, fuck you, we owned our phones. So I didn't have to give them back or anything, and I've been on the outs with them ever since. So they'd probably still want me to pay that money, even, that was like, 20-some years ago. Fuck them. And I have a metal roof on my house, so Wi-Fi doesn't work real well in the house. Here, I'm actually Ethernet connected here, right to my modem in the house, because the Wi-Fi out here doesn't work that great either. So I think I would have the same problem with Verizon, because Verizon is all Wi-Fi. AT&T has it too. But I'm not going to do it. Like I said, if this fails, I go to Starlink. Tom from Tom's Training, he's got it. It's working great. He stress tested and everything else, and it's working really well. I'm not real impressed with the download speeds of it, but the upload is fine, and the download is sufficient. Like here in this room here, let me do a test right now. I'll tell you what I get. I'm not set up where you can see it, but I'll bring it up here and show you what it comes out at. Alright, let's see here. Alright, we're pinging at 15 milliseconds. And actually it's kind of low right now for the download speed. Normally it's about 950, but I'm running under 200 right now. That's, once again, Comcast. 143 is a download, and upload is, remember I'm live right now, it's holding around 27, but when I'm not live streaming it's up at 41, because I checked it right before I went live. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's doing well. Like I said, we're in the green, no drop frames, so the Starlink is, I think it's around 2 something down, and I think it's around 35 or 40 up. That's fine, It's consistent though. This Comcast is not consistent. If I do another speed check in 5 minutes, it'll be completely different. So, I don't know. Let's see, Rick says, we don't give gifts to each other, just give cash to the kids. That's probably the smart. I mean, once they get old enough, yeah. How do you buy for them anyway, I mean, like I could buy stuff for my wife because, I'll ask her, what do you want? She'll tell me what she wants, and I'll get her what she wants if it's within reason. Same with me. She says, what do you want? I want this, and she'll get it for me usually. But this year it's a little different. Like I said, she's got to throw a lot of money to get her eyes fixed, and I said, don't worry about gifts for me. I'll be fine. Russ says, we only have Comtrack and Ziply Fiber. Oh, fiber, that sounds good. Ziply is good, but their customer service sucks. Comcast is trash in my, absolutely. The fiber is probably not bad, and like you said, customer service, that's always an issue. But if it works, you shouldn't need them that much. So, like I said, it's a real problem here because Comcast has taken over much of Florida. And I was really pissed when they took over because we had, I can't remember what the last company is now, but they were much better because when we first got, I was on a list for, high-speed internet. So when they finally got it, they called me and said, well, we got in your area, when do you want us to do it? Man, as soon as you can get it here, I'll take it, And I had no problems with it the whole time I was with them. And then Comcast came in and sued them, saying that they illegally took Florida from them. They fucking won. And I'm thinking, what a bunch of horse shit. We should be able to choose who we want. not the courts. As soon as Comcast came in, had nothing but problems. You know. Let's see. Rick says, I was looking at Starlink also. Just can't justify the cost for that. What we need. Well, they got two services. I would do the 120 because I need the extra speed. They do have an $80 setup. It's a little slower. It's not bad. And I believe you can get the equipment for free. You don't pay for it. You don't technically own it. When you're done, you have to give it back to them. But they do give it to you for free. You do have to install it yourself, but it's not hard. If you go back and watch Tom's Trains and Things from, I think, last week or the week before, he actually goes through how he set it up and explains everything. It's real simple. And then right now I think they got a deal where you can get the first month free. The only thing it costs you up front is $27.50 to ship the stuff to you. Like I said, you get the first month free, and after that, depending what service you want, it's either going to be $80 a month or $120 a month. Because I do live streaming, I'd want the $120 a month. I'm paying $106 now. It's still expensive, but a few dollars won't make a difference one way or the other, as long as it works. So, yeah, because like I said, there's nothing else. There's plans for fiber to come here someday, but it could take years before it gets out where I'm at. I mean, Tom would get it before I would, because he's closer to, I think the fiber stops at like 2 miles from his house or something like that. So he's not in that area yet to get fiber. Me, I'm out in the boonies, so to speak, so we're not going to get fiber anytime soon. If they did, I would jump on it, but I don't see it happening. Probably in the next 5 years, I could be wrong, but who knows. So that's what we're looking at. We don't have anything else, Comcast is a monopoly in Florida, and it sucks. Like I said, you got CenturyLink, the phone company, used to be AT&T. They got the DSL internet, but here anyway, it sucks. I had it in Naples because Comcast was so bad. I just finally got fed up with them and I dumped them, Mostly over billing. They were double and triple billing me every other month. And I was getting pissed off. I said, look, how hard is this? This is what it costs. This is what you should get every month. Why in the fuck can't you get this shit right, Well, we're sorry. We'll credit you. I don't want to credit. I need that fucking money, I mean, yeah, I might get a month or two credit, but that didn't help me any, because that month they took double. Now I'm behind the 8 ball because I don't have enough money to pay all my bills. So I said, fuck it, and I got CenturyLink, and CenturyLink actually was really good down there in Naples. But we also had, they had all new lines on the poles. We had put a new line to the house from the pole, and it was fine. Here, we have underground phone. The first time they come in, the first pair, they call it a pair, the wire, was bad. So they come back a couple days later and use a different pair. Well, it turned out that one was bad. So they go to the third pair. It was iffy. And I said, in the month that I had it, they had maybe 2 or 3 days of working internet. The rest of the time it was down. I said, this is bullshit. I can't do this. So I went to Comcast because there was nobody else. Now, I don't have any problems with Comcast except for the occasional outage. But, like I said, they're just not consistent enough for me to have any real trust in them. Dave Nitch says TDS fiber, 635 down, 628 up. Man, I would kill for that. That's what I'm saying. If they ever get the fiber here, those are the kind of speeds you want. You could do flawless live streaming with that, because like I said, up speed here, you're lucky to get 20, Maybe you'll get 40 on a good day, but that ain't shit. I never understood. All right, so you can give me 950 down, but only 40 up. Why? Shouldn't it be the same? Why don't you give me $9.50 up and $9.50 down? But they don't do that. And apparently neither does Starlink, so I guess the upload takes more something that they can't do. I don't know. But, But that would be my next logical choice, would be Starlink, if, Comcast gives me any more issues, because, I mean, they're idiots. Like I said, they won't fix anything. What they did to Tom was a fucking joke, Then when he called to cancel it, they were like, well, there must be something we could do to make you happy. No, there isn't. Well, what if we... No, there isn't. Just turn it off. And, you had to basically argue with the guy. And he wasn't even American. It was probably over in India, And the guy just wouldn't get it through his fucking head that, you've had 5 years to do it right, and you haven't done shit, so fuck you, Russ says, Ziply keeps billing me every month for a whole house Wi-Fi, but we have our own router. I have to call every month to have them credit my bill back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's bullshit, They sound like Comcast was down in Naples. Why can't you get this shit straight, Especially if you have your own router. They should have that notated. And I thought about getting my own router here, too. But, I don't know about you, Russ, but, well, fiber's probably different. But for cable, you got to spend $300 or $400 on a good modem router. Because if you don't, it won't do you any good. So, but like I said, if the internet goes down, though, no matter what the hell you got for a router or modem, you still got no internet. So that's first and foremost, you have to have good service there. But I don't know. Like I said, I get disgusted with all of it. I like to keep shit simple, just And why it's so damn expensive, that kind of pisses me off too, Now, last I heard, I don't know how true it is now, but years ago, not that many years ago, Europe had cheap internet, and they bundled everything. Your cell phone, your internet, and something else was all the same. One bill. And it was like unlimited, it was like $20 a month. Why can't we do that, the money they're making on this shit. And, Comcast, for the money that I'm paying them, and even what, like Tom said, the same thing. I'm paying them $100-some a month, and they can't replace their lines or transformers. What the hell are we paying for? For that kind of money, they should be renewing shit every couple of years. And kissing your ass in the process. They do neither. And then they're mad because we're hemorrhaging customers. Everybody's leaving us. Well, gee, I can't imagine why. Maybe because your service sucks. Your attitude sucks even more. What the hell you expect's going to happen? Welcome to America, right? But they don't hear about it anymore, but a few years ago they were talking about, because I was still in Naples, some of the cities or counties were setting up their own cable systems. Or internet, however you like to put it. They weren't Comcast or anybody, they were their own. They would get their own servers, and they would provide high-speed internet service. It was usually very reliable and way faster than Comcast, and about half the price. I was waiting for Collier County down in Naples to do it. They didn't do it while I was there. I still don't think they've done it. They do have fiber down there now, and I think they even have it where I used to live. Doesn't do me any good now, though. Damn. Some good burps going on there. Will they ever do that here in Highlands County? Not fucking likely. I wish they would, though, because it's cheaper and more reliable, and the county maintains and runs it, and they could do it at half the money. And it should be mandatory that every county in every state has their own internet. Yeah, just think of how much better things would be. Rich says it's going into upper management's pockets. That's probably, yeah, that's true, I'm sure. Dave Nitch says TDS fiber, I am locked in for good at $59.99 a month for fiber. That's a hell of a deal, man. Man, where do you live? I'm gonna have to move over there. That's an incredible price, and for the speed you're getting and all. Like I said, we're getting shit here, and I'm on the not the top. Tom was on the top system. I'm on the second one down. It's 106. It went up because last year I was paying 97 for the same service, and they jacked the price up. And even after the finagling, couldn't get it down below 106. I think the next service up is 130, and it's really not any better, you know. Like I said, supposedly I get speeds up to 1050 down, but only 40 up. Well, I don't really, I mean, the down's good, because I do a lot of downloading, but up would be better, you know. Why can't you give me, say, 100 up and 100 down? I mean, you know, I'd be good with that, you know. Maybe 500 down, 100 up. But they're just not doing it. Plymouth, what is that, Wyoming or Wisconsin? Wisconsin. Yeah, I don't want to go up that. That's too far north for me. That's a hell of a deal, though, man. Yeah, it's $60 a month. I wish we had something like that down here. Rick says Monroe had their own cable, but Comcast took them over. And why were they even allowed to do that? That's a good question, you know. I thought there's not supposed to be monopolies in this country. That's a lie anyway. But, you know. Derek said, do you have access to Starlink? Yes, I could use it here. It's pretty much good in most places. I think it's recent that it was accessible in Sebring. Like I said, Tom Kovichak from Tom's Train, he just got it, and he's using it. It's working really good for him. So, and I only live about maybe 6 or 7 miles south of him. So I looked, and yes, I can get it here. So, like I said, I don't really want to get it, but if that's all there is, and it's better than Comcast, he said if Comcast keeps fucking up, then hell yeah, I'll get it, you know. Russ says, I only have 100 up, 100 down fiber. I'm on a special for 1 year at $25 a month, normally $60 a month. Holy shit. Man, you guys are getting deals. Even at 100 up and down, it's still a deal, you know. That will make Comcast be a better company. Yeah, if they lowered the price. Or, I don't know, they don't seem to be... The thing with Comcast is they're kind of stupid. They know Starlink is around. They know a lot of people are getting it. That's what I said, you know, they're hemorrhaging customers left and right. The people are fed up with the bullshit, the poor service. The customer service is a fucking joke. So they're saying, all right, fine, you don't want to take care of me? I go see, Mr. Musk and get his Starlink. Now, Starlink would be even better if it was cheaper, but, you know, it's satellite, so... And it's pretty impressive, because usually satellite doesn't do that well for internet. Because there's, like, Dish Network, they offer internet. The speeds are terrible, you know, especially the upload. The upload's like 10, you know, because it's a dish, and it just, I don't know. So whatever Musk was doing, he did right, but... And also, Dish Network is expensive as shit. So, I don't want to spend more money. I just want better internet. They will if they have to compete with Starlink. Well, maybe. Or maybe not. Like I said, they may have that attitude that I used to hear all the time is, for every customer we lose, 10 more walk in the door, so we don't care. They're not interested in, if you treat me right, I'll be your customer for life. And you would think that businesses would want that, but they don't really seem to care. It's like, yeah, fuck you. If you don't like what we do, go somewhere else. No problem. That's a poor attitude to have, but I think a lot of them do look at it that way. They don't care. It's like, I had that experience with a tire place, because when I had my shop, I didn't do front end alignments. I didn't want to invest in a machine. Very expensive, and it wouldn't pay for itself in a timely manner. So I wouldn't buy one. I would just farm it out. So I looked around for, some places. Look, I'm a mechanic. I own this shop here. There will be times I will replace the parts, but I can't do the alignment. I'll send them to you and let you do the alignment. Don't fuck my customers around, and we'll be fine, because I'll know if you do. So I went to, I don't remember what the name of the company was. It was a big one. It was a Goodyear or something. Firestone, I don't remember. They sent the car over there. It was a Pontiac, an older one, and it had a bad outer tie rod end. I replaced it, I eyed it as close as I can. But I told them, I said, I want you to drive to this place. They'll do a front end. Or you tell them I sent you, and they'll do the alignment for it, because I don't do alignments here. Sorry, no problem. So I go over there, and she comes back a couple hours later. She's all pissed off at me. She goes, "You told me you fixed my car." I said, "I did. Why?" "Well, they told me I got bad ball joints, and I got tie rod ends are bad, and everything else." And I said, "They don't know what the hell they're talking about." They said, "Did you get a work order?" She said, "Yeah, I didn't let them do anything." I said, "When did you see the work order?" And they're you're going to love this one. Said the tire rod ends were bent on both sides. They're supposed to be. That's the way they come from the factory. Matter of fact, the replacement, a brand new one, is bent, to be the right way. So, let me find another place for you to get the alignment. I did. They did a good job, and I said, "You know what? I'll do business with you from here on in." The other place must thought I was stupid. And I called them up and read them the riot act. I said, "Didn't I not tell you, don't fuck my customers around? And what's the first thing you try and do? Fuck my customer around. We're done here. And I'll make sure everybody knows it." "We don't care." I said, "Well, you lose business, maybe you will. I'll spread the word." "Yeah, for every one we lose, 10 more walk in the door." That's what he told me. I said, "All right, fine. You want to believe that. Eventually you'll run out of people, because, you're pissing enough people off. Nobody will go to your door." That was the end of it. Bernard says, wait a minute, let me back up here a little bit. Alright, so Bernard says, "I'm looking at Starlink. Elon coming out with a phone now, too, supposed to be lifetime." Yeah, he is coming out with a phone. I saw an ad for that recently. I don't know anything about it. I get my own phone, so I don't care. I hate the phones anyway. Russ says, "I thought Starlink was by invitation only." No, you can get it. I mean, it's available to anybody who wants it, if it's available in your area. It might have been that way in the beginning. I don't know, but it isn't now. You get on their web. They got a website, Starlink.com, and you type in your address and your zip code and all that, and hit go, and it'll tell you if they offer the service for your house. If they do, then you can go further from there. If they don't, they'll tell you, "We're sorry, we're not servicing that area at this time." But he's got like 2,500 fucking satellites up there already. I think it was 2,500. He's putting up like another 10,000. Pretty soon there won't be any place on the planet where you can't get Starlink. So You know, I don't think that's an issue. Let's see what else we got here. It's cool watching Starlink pass over the house in the nighttime sky. I guess you can see it. I never looked. You know, I don't look at the stars now. I used to when I was younger, but because I got bored with it. I have Sputnik satellite. Think it's steam powered. Sputnik wasn't steam powered. I don't think. Well, it might have been. Who the hell knows? Tom said, yeah, that's right. You got the Starlink satellite on your layout. That's right. And the dishes, too. Pretty cool. LOL, Bernard. Maybe it's Voyager 1. Yeah, well, don't even get me started on that. Sweet, you'd think I'd heard you talk about it, right? Yeah. Yeah, Tom went out of his way. He's got the satellites up there, and he's got the dishes on his businesses and houses and stuff. Pretty cool. I would have never thought of that, because I would have done it, but I don't want to copy everything he does, but he's got some pretty cool ideas he's got going on there. A lot of realism. That's really what counts, Russ, I heard that Starlink has 2,500. That's not counting the other ones. You got weather satellites, you've got military satellites, you've got all kinds of satellites. They claim, and I don't know how true it is, because there's supposedly something like 25,000 or 30,000 satellites in orbit. Some are working, some aren't. You would think if there were that many up there, we would see them constantly. I don't know that I believe a lot of that shit. But that's what they claim. And why they're not all slamming into each other also amazes me. I mean, a lot of them are geosynchronous. They rotate with the planet, but the ones that aren't, you'd think they'd slam into somebody, I mean. We got the space station up there, which supposedly is the exact same distance as the satellites, height-wise. Why aren't they slamming into the space station? I have many questions, and there's not a lot of answers, so I don't know. Like I said, I think some of it's bullshit. I don't really know because I can't go up there to find out. A lot of people say that the space station isn't real and it isn't really up there. I don't know whether it is or not because I haven't seen it. You would think at some point though you'd be able to see something up there, and with a telescope or a good pair of binoculars, you'd be able to get a better view of it. But Derek, I think it's still going. Yeah, I think it is actually. I don't know if it's still working or not. I don't know how it works. I mean, it's not nuclear because we're not supposed to use nuclear-powered devices in orbit. I'm sure we do anyway, but we're not supposed to. Sooner or later, we're going to see like the coolest pinball game in the heavens. That's what I'm saying. Why aren't these things smacking into each other, If there's that many up there, I mean, I don't know, I can't bring it up right now, but they have pictures, renderings, artist rendering of the Earth, and like all you see is a bunch of fucking satellites around. I mean, like millions of them, It's like the whole Earth is covered with satellites. Well, obviously that can't be true, even though they say it is. It's like, well, all right, so how do we get into space then? How did they get to the space station if it's real and not slam in all these satellites? You'd figured you'd have to hit one of them at some point, but yet never happened. So they got like a special lane for the spaceships? There's no satellite traffic there? I don't know. It begs a lot of questions, like I said. Not many answers. I don't know. There's so much shit. Now, what do you guys know about the comet out there? Was it Three-Eye Atlas? Yeah. My wife says, well, what does that mean? I said, well, the 3 stands for it's the third intergalactic object. And the eye, I don't remember what the eye was for, but an atlas is what they named it. Because there were two prior to that, three-eye atlas. But they're fucking rocks floating through space. Now, I saw a YouTube the other day, and they claim that Masao Kaku, whatever, weird fucking name for this scientist, he claims, and I know he's full of shit, if it's even real, it's probably AI. He claims that this comet sent a signal to Earth, and it's terrifying. But he can't tell us what it is because, it's classified. Well, first off, it's bullshit. It's a fucking rock, And it's not a spaceship with alien intelligence because, it just isn't. But I think it sits there. I think they're setting us up for Project Bluebeam, which, if you don't know, it's a holographic projector that the military has and DARPA. And they're going to try and fake an alien invasion on the Earth, probably fairly soon, next year or so, to try and establish a one world government because, if we don't pull together and defend the planet, we'll be destroyed. The problem is, if there's an intelligence, I'm not saying there isn't, I don't believe there is, but if I'm wrong and there is an intelligence out there, and they've figured out intergalactic travel or interstellar travel, they probably have weapons that we can't even comprehend. And if they decide to invade us or attack us, well, we're toast. It ain't like that movie, Mars Attacks or whatever, where, we kill the Martians with a common cold because they didn't understand that, we have diseases here that they couldn't tolerate. It ain't going to go down like that. Because, they're probably an intelligent race, right? They'd have to be intelligent in order to get here in the first fucking place. Plus, somebody that intelligent, why would they waste their time with us? Be like us studying an ant pile, and trying to communicate with the ants. It ain't going to happen because they're stupid and we're so far above them, Plus, we could kill them with ease because, we've got weapons that they can't comprehend. So if there is an alien intelligence out there that wants to destroy the Earth, well, we're bones, man. That's it, Why worry about it? But it isn't, and there is no other life out there. We're it. That's what I think anyway. If I'm wrong, well, it'll bear out down the road. Let's see. Both Voyager 1 and 2 are still operational, sending back data. That's what they claim, Derek. And once again, Voyager, I think it's Voyager 1, which is the farthest one out, they claim that an alien intelligence took control of it and sent signals back to us. It's outside of our galaxy already. How is it still running? All right? It works on solar cells. Outside of the galaxy, there's no longer any solar light to power the thing. It should have died out. They're bullshitting us, man. They're setting us up for Project Bluebeam. I guarantee it. Space stations has like Bill Pool cues, government in the corner pocket. There you go. Big pool cues, yeah. Where are all those women? Where are those all-women planets we all wished for back in the day? I mean, like Venus. Yeah, it ain't there, man. Dave Nish, or they evolved beyond stupid weapons. Possibly, like I said. Derek said maybe they will burn us with a magnifying glass. It's hard to say. They would have weaponry or some way to eliminate us that we would have zero chance of repelling, It's foolish to not even realize it, but once again, if they're a highly intelligent race, in theory, they should be beyond that type of thinking where we have to destroy everything, And really, why would they help us? Why would they have anything to do with it? We're a bunch of fucking ignorant assholes in the big picture if there is other life out there. Now look at them stupid earthlings. You know, they're so busy blowing themselves up and destroying their own planet. We just leave them the fuck alone. They'll take care of their own problems soon enough. Right? No. I don't know. There has to be other life forms somewhere as vast as space is. We can't be the only ones, is what I think. Well, if that were true, I would believe it. The problem is, this come out qualifying the only. The problem is, well, see, I'm a flat earther. I know that sounds weird to a lot of you guys, but I cannot actually believe that we're a ball spinning through space. Okay, there are too many problems with it. You know, how does the water stay on the planet? We're spinning around 1,000 miles an hour. Wouldn't the water fly off? And you say, oh, gravity takes care of that. Okay. The amount of gravity that would hold that much water to the planet would crush everything else. You would be flattened. Birds wouldn't be able to fly. They'd be flattened on the ground. You know. And water seeks its own level. So, you know, if water has to be on a level surface, then how could we be on a spinning ball? Also, if you're biblical, like I kind of am, you believe that there's a dome over us, and the stars are like being in a. Have you ever been in a planetarium? Imagine that the Earth is a big planetarium. When you look up at the stars, they're all projected there. They're fake. Maybe there's nothing beyond the dome. God's living room. Who the hell knows? You know. We don't know what's real and what isn't because, well, the average guy will never find out. We're beholden to the government to take what they say as the truth. And when has the government ever told us the truth? We know we never landed on the moon. And they've even admitted that the last one that died, what was his name? Armstrong? Was it? I think it was Armstrong. On his deathbed, he said, we faked the whole thing. We never went to the moon. Of course you did. You couldn't get there. If it's 250,000 miles away, you didn't have enough fuel in your rocket to get you there. And yes, there is supposedly friction in space, so you couldn't just push something and it would keep going forever. The friction would eventually stop it. All right? Plus the temperatures. The space is supposed to be cold in a vacuum. It's supposed to be like 1,000 degrees below zero. What do we have that can heat something like that to keep from freezing to death? We don't. We don't have it. Plus you got the radiation belts, supposedly, that are around the planet that would fry you to a crisp in a matter of minutes. How do we get astronauts through that belt in a tin can with no shielding on it? It never happened. You know. And I can go on for hours and tell you why it didn't happen. They lied to us. The other countries knew they lied, but they went along with it because, you know, they probably got paid off or something. You know, the Chinese are supposedly have a base on the far side of the moon. According to the Chinese, they landed I think it's all robots, but they landed on the far side of the moon. Nobody could prove it because, you know, there's no pictures. I saw a thing yesterday that said that the Russians were the first to build a satellite to orbit the moon and take pictures of the moon. So they saw the far side. That would have been the perfect time to take a picture of the Earth. They didn't do it. Why? Because the Earth is flat. It ain't a ball spinning through space. Otherwise, to this day, they've never taken a picture of the Earth. Ever. They've made composite drawings that always seem to be a little different from the previous one, you know. But they don't actually have a satellite that went out there far enough to get a whole shot of the spinning globe. They've never done it. Why? That would prove once and for all the Earth is a ball. But they won't do it because, you know, the Earth is flat. Say what you want about whether I'm a lunatic or not, but, you know, prove me wrong. You can't. Tom says, but Jim, what about my favorite Martian? I liked that show. That was a good show. But, fake. Let's see, it worked for a good Bond. That's a James Bond show. Oh, yeah, that's right. James Bond was up on the, what was it, Moonraker? I didn't see it, but I read a little bit about it. Kamala Dragon Lizard, there you go. We burned ants as a kid with a magnet. Yeah, we did. We all did it, Because we're a bunch of cruel bastards, right? Look at that burning ants. You ever burn yourself with the same magnifying glass? I did. I wasn't paying attention and talking to my sister or a friend or something. Moved the glass over and burnt the shit out of my hand. Oh, fuck, that hurts. Is that what we're doing to them ants? Myself, I quit believing there is a God. Preachers can twist the so-called Bible, say whatever they want. Sorry about talking religion. It's all I will say. That's true. Like I said, I don't judge people. I can't say you're wrong. I can't say you're right. Because I don't fucking know. It's the same thing with the flat earth, The flat earth actually proves the existence of God. The ball earth doesn't. If you believe the scientists, they'll tell you. The universe started with a microscopic atomic particle that exploded and created the universe. And then created life and created this. Bullshit. Come on, are we really that stupid to believe that? That one little microscopic atom exploded for no good reason and created the universe, which is, billions of light years in diameter, billions of planets, and created us, life. We evolved from a single cell amoeba, and first we turned into fish, then we turned into land animals, then we became monkeys, and then we finally become men. Even though the monkeys are still monkeys, but we're supposedly, evolved from them, why are they still there? I asked the teacher that one question, boy, she was stumped. Oh, the book says this, so it must be right. No, answer the question. If we are evolved from apes, why are the apes still there? Why didn't they evolve like we did? Well, I don't know. Science says we did. That's all you need to know. No, it's not. We've been lied to all our lives about everything. I think that's the truth of it. But is there a God? I want to believe there is, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe when we die, that's it. It would suck. But, I personally believe there's a God. There's some that don't, and that's fine, We'll all find out eventually, right? And even those that believe don't even know the truth of it either. A lot of Christians, and I'm a born-again Christian, a lot of Christians believe that when you die, you go to heaven. That's not true, and biblically, that's inaccurate. It doesn't say you die and go to heaven. You die, and I guess you stay in the grave because there's no knowledge in the grave, according to the Bible, until Jesus returns, raises all the dead, restores the earth, and we come back here, but we never die. All the people, well, they're in heaven now. No, they're not. The only ones that went to heaven are Adam, the first man, Noah. There's about 4 or 5 people that actually went directly to heaven. They're the only ones that went. And when the ones that are going to go to heaven are the 166,000, 100 some thousand, I don't remember now, and they're like the Congress. They will rule earth from heaven. And they're the chosen ones, of which we may or may not be, nobody knows. The Jehovah's Witnesses think they're all going in because they're the 166,000 are going to go to heaven. Well, and I asked one of them ones, how many people in your congregation worldwide? I don't know, several million probably. So out of several million people, or maybe even 100 million people, 166,000 of you are going to go to heaven. What happens to the rest? I don't know. Yeah, because you're stupid. You don't understand the Bible. You misinterpreted it. I don't want to get into that too much anyway. Dave Nitz says, well, according to the Comic Crafts, there's 57 sexes too. That's true. Even though last I looked, there's only two. You're male or female. Actually, there's three if you count the ones that have both. It's an oddity and a birth defect. What do they call them? Hermaphrodites. They have both a dick and a vagina. But that's weird. They usually wind up removing one of them. It used to be a guess, crapshoot. They always got it wrong. Now they can actually test your DNA to find out whether you're supposed to be male or female. They'll remove the organ that isn't correct. But there ain't 57 fucking sexes. I mean, this is bullshit, And once again, that's the fucking Democrats because they're idiots. Are there still mud puppies? Not about mud puppies, but well, we got low-flying mud ducks, barking spiders, croaking toads. They got all kinds of names for parts, But I don't know about mud puppies, though. That one's over my pay grade. I don't know. Yeah, it is what it is. That thing stopped again. I'll tell you, this thing will work. This overlay program works great. Sometimes it'll go through the whole live stream without any problems, and this time this is the second time I've had to refresh it. I don't know why this. Of course, it's funny. OBS just did an update. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Because now we're at 32.0.4. Every time they update it, they screw around with things, Dave says, flying pigs. Well, when pigs fly, And it don't count if you launch them off a trebuchet. Rick says, we have a high-low driver at work that doesn't know if he's male or female. All he's got to do is drop his fucking bridges. He'll figure it out. Unless, of course, she's got both. Then he may not know. But, like I said, if he's a hermaphrodite, which is very rare, then you wouldn't know. But, like I said, if you're confused, I don't know if I'm a boy or a girl. Drop your britches. You'll figure it out real quick. Don't even get me started on that shit, man. These people, they've got mental issues going on here. And, no matter how you look at it, that's what it all comes back to. When I was a kid, if you even considered, I'm a girl trapped in a boy's body, your friends would beat the shit out of you. And that would change that shit real quick. Today they encourage you. Well, you might be a teacher now. You might be a woman trapped in a man's body. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And you might be a retard. I mean, if somebody came up to me, even back in the day, that's what I would have told me. You must be a retard, God doesn't make mistakes, and, if I was supposed to be a woman, I wouldn't have a dick. So, the very fact I have one kind of closes the whole argument. Okay, I know what I am, It's fucked up shit, man. It really is. Let's see, what is it? 9:46. We're gonna have to wrap this up pretty soon. Before it gets too off the rails. And it will. At some point. Oh, man. I show you this thing. I printed this the other day. This is a homemade tripod. Now the top part, I actually had this and I glued it onto the base. But the base itself, it folds up. Pretty slick. And you could take the yellow things, fold them in, And now it's an even shorter one. Slick as shit. I printed this up in a couple hours. Like I said, I found this piece I have laying around. I think it's for a GoPro maybe. And it's adjustable. Has a camera mount on it. And I had the webcam set up on this to do kind of an overhead. But I really need to get a good overhead one. But it was still pretty cool. I decided to make it anyway. Tom's trains. Hey, Tom. Bring back the insaneness. They should. We need them, you know. There's a lot of whack jobs out there that are looking for a home. We need to give them back one. Derek says, internet was strong tonight. No blips or glitches. I know. I've got no drop frames. I'm in the green. 6,000 kilobytes per second. CPU's running 79%. 60 frames per second. Everything's good. I'm telling you, they heard me. I threatened to get Starlink, and they said, oh, we better quit fucking with this guy. He'll drop us. And believe me, I will. Let's see. Marathon show today? Nah, not usually. I'm always on here till like 10 o'clock anyway. Just have it, I guess. For sure, Tom. Yeah, we definitely need to bring back. You know, when I was younger, I was 20 years old and I was married to my first wife. We were staying at my mother-in-law's house because she went up north for vacation for like a month. She says, you guys want to stay here? You can. So we did. And we're out in the front yard one day just kind of, soaking up the sun. And there's this guy, probably looked like he was in his late 30s, early 40s, walking down the road with a little red wagon. Remember those? He goes by, doesn't look at us, doesn't say anything, goes by. He's got a chainsaw in the little red wagon. I go, well, that's a little strange, right? And you can tell he's not right in the head. Like he said, he doesn't even look at you, he just kind of zombied out. So I did a little investigating, found out that, he had mental issues. He was really attached to that chainsaw. And I'm thinking, this guy could be a chainsaw murderer, Why did they let him walk around on the streets? I mean, he didn't do anything to anybody, but he could have, But this is what they do now. Back in the day when they had insane asylum, he'd have been put in one right now, I mean, we're just not thinking anymore, And there are people out there that are dangerous, It's like I was dating a girl at the time. What the hell was her name? God, I can't even remember her name now. It was an unusual name, Ida. And she was like a hillbilly, from like West Virginia or somewhere. Her whole family was. They were living down the street from me. They were renting a place, and she was a hot-looking broad, But he said I kind of dated her for a little while, but her mother, I went over there one day to see her, and her mother answered the door. What do you want? I said, I want to, talk to whatever the hell her name was. I forgot her. And she goes, well, you want to get in her pants, don't you? So I'm thinking, I wasn't thinking. I said, well, of course, And then I said, no, I actually don't. I just, I'm just her boyfriend, we're just dating. And her mother was kind of weird, The whole family was weird, actually. So she invited me in. I was waiting for... I know her name, not Ida. What the fuck was her name? It was something like that, though. A long time ago. I was 17 at the time. So, her uncle was sitting in the living room with a shotgun. He was cleaning it, whatever, playing with it. Wasn't loaded, thank God. And, what's her face, like, potential girlfriend, whatever her name was. I can't remember her fucking name that saved my life. She comes out and sits with me and says, I see you met some of the family. I said, yeah, what's the deal with him? Oh, he has a license to kill. What the fuck are you talking about? He's insane, the gun's not loaded, so you don't have to worry. But if he kills someone, he can't get in any trouble because, he ain't right in the head. And I'm thinking, why is he out here in the in public, Well, there's no place to put him. And I'm thinking, that's fucked up, But that's what they did. I don't know if he ever killed anybody. He might have. But he would have got away with it because, he was insane. When the hell did we start letting insane people run around on the streets? And why are they carrying weapons? Loaded or unloaded, didn't matter, Hell, if we found, some shotgun shells for it, that could have been a real problem. But I've met a lot of, whack jobs in my life, I'll tell you what. Why are these people walking the streets? Rick says, talking about asylums, we have one we can go take tours of, and they say it's haunted. Plus, they're restoring it. Well, they need to. Dave says, here too, Rick. All right. Bernard says, yes, Tom, and straight jackets and all squad cars. Sometimes they need them, man. Some of these people go nuts, man. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I understand some people might have some mental issues going on. They may not be dangerous, and I guess that's okay, but what about the ones that are, If you're carrying weapons, like a chainsaw or a shotgun, I think it's safe to assume that you may not be harmless. And why would you take that chance? Well, you wait for him to kill someone or wound somebody. Well, the damage is done now, Seems like that's the way we do things in this country, though. Well, until he does something stupid, we're not going to worry about him. Yeah, but after he does something stupid, you can't bring that person back to life. They're dead, they're dead. When you want to prevent them from being dead, well, we can't just, make that determination. Well, yeah, you kind of can. I had a friend, well, more of an acquaintance than a friend. This is, once again, back when I was 16. And I knew he wasn't right anyway, just because of the weird shit he did. But he come over one day, and I answered the door, and he almost got me with a fucking syringe, with a needle. And what the fuck are you doing? Oh, I'm just messing with you, man. I says, well, don't do that. What the hell's in that thing? Oh, formaldehyde. Where the hell did you get formaldehyde from? Oh, I know, I got it from somewhere. Well, what are you doing with it? Why inject animals with it? You fucking sick bastard. Get the fuck away from me, He was injecting live dogs with formaldehyde. It won't kill them, but they'd probably be better off dead, And he never got in trouble. Then he set a semi-cab, tractor. He set it on fire. He firebombed it. They thought I did it. Next thing you know, I got like the SWAT team coming to my house, ready to fucking arrest me or kill me. Dude, I don't do shit like that. Well, who did? I don't know. Do I look like the fucking answer grape? You're the cops. You fear. I mean, I knew who did it, but I didn't want to get in the middle of it, So, and he got away with that too. And I think they finally got him for something. I don't remember what the hell it was, but. And they put him in an insane asylum because he was, He could have killed somebody. And eventually I think he would have. Ida and Odie. What the hell is her name? Man, that's going to drive me nuts now. You ever get to... When me and Tom Kavitchak, he was over here a few days ago. We were talking about something. I couldn't remember the name of a company. It was... Alibaba, that's what. See, Tom, I told you I'd remember it. Alibaba. It's a Chinese company that's like Temu, but they're a bigger company. I couldn't remember it to save my life. Same with her name. I'll figure it out in a couple of days. I just, at the moment, I can't remember it. Rick says, my son has an insane neighbor. They took video of her when the 4 cops and the EMTs came to cart her off to the hospital. It was a cool video to watch. I'm sure it was. And Dave says, YouTube is full of videos. That's true, they are. Well, shit, half the people are nutcases anyway. Like them 600 pounders that are getting evicted from their Section 8 housing. And they're fighting the two little cops. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you even thinking, you know? I said, fucking get the trank gun out there, trank her, and then get a crane to lift her out, you know? She's gonna kick your asses, and she does, you know. They had one. There was 3 cops trying to restrain her and take her out of the house she was getting evicted from, and she was tossing them around like fucking rag dolls, man. I'm thinking, what are you, stupid? You know, you can't hurt that woman. I mean, you could shoot her. You know, that's about. I don't even think tasing her would work. I mean, they should have just, you know, tranked her and, you know, said, all right, she's out, now we'll get a crane to haul her ass out of here and, you know, do whatever. You know, it's fucked up shit, man. But and I don't understand these people that fight the cops. I've been arrested more times than most people. I've never been convicted of anything. But I was arrested for you name it. Rape, murder, robbery, breaking and entering, drug deal. I never did any of those things, but, you know, they were like throwing spaghetti at the wall, figuring something would stick eventually, but I didn't do anything wrong, but they had a problem with me, and they were really trying to get me on something, but I never once fought the cops. Mr. Tedesco, we're going to have to arrest you. All right, fine. And assume position, they put the cuffs on, we get in the car and deal with it later on, you know. Because fighting them, maybe they were hoping I would, you know, because now you got a resisting arrest. If you try and hurt them, that's resisting arrest with violence. Way worse, you know. Obstruction. Oh, I could probably get 10 charges on you, you know. One time I actually volunteered for my arrest. They were fucking around a friend of mine, and I said, no, you're not going to do that. Well, if you don't get back in the car, you're going to jail. I assumed, you know, let's go. You know. And they did. I got arrested, and I gave the cop a ration of shit, but, you know, I never got physical. You know, I let them handcuff me. They put me in the back of the cruiser and all that. And then everything was dropped because they had nothing, you know. But they were going to try and get my friend on a DUI charge. I was with him all day. Neither one of us had drank anything alcoholic. This is bullshit, you know. Because he was driving an old beater, and, you know, I figured he's a kid. We'll get him. Well, they didn't. Because, like I said, I was a sacrificial lamb on that one. And I volunteered for the arrest. It threw them off a little bit, you know. And back then, they read me my rights. Says, do you understand your rights? No, sir, I don't. I had a lawyer tell me once, you never understand your rights. I asked him why. He said, because once you understand your rights, they can do anything they want to you, pretty much. He says, if you deny that, if you don't acknowledge your Miranda rights, they really can't do much to you. They can arrest you. They can't search you. They can't do anything but arrest you. All right. So, you know, I said no, and, you know, I was polite about it. No, sir, I do not understand my rights. So he read them again. Do you understand them now? No, sir, I do not. Are you a fucking idiot? That's what he calls you. Are you a fucking idiot? You don't understand your rights? So, sir, nobody understands their rights. My lawyer told me never acknowledge my rights because he doesn't know what they are. I don't know what they are. You probably don't know what they are. You want to arrest me? Let's go. So they couldn't search me. They said, well, what's your name? I said, well, you're the cops. You figure it out. They couldn't search me for my ID because that, you know, I didn't acknowledge my rights. If I had said I understood my rights, they could have searched me. They could have done all kinds of shit, and I wasn't going to give them that opportunity. This was all the advice of a lawyer that I learned, you know, years prior. So we get in the car. Well, when he first arrested me, when I volunteered for it, there were two. There was the state trooper and the auxiliary state trooper. He was kind of helping the state trooper. They were both from out of town. They didn't know the area. So the main trooper, he sets me in the car in the front seat, passenger side. I'm handcuffed behind my back. He puts the seatbelt on me. He's holding the gun to my head. And he says, really, you don't need that. I volunteered for this, remember? I'm not a flee risk or flight risk. I'm not going to fight you. I volunteered for this. Put that gun away before I get hurt. You know, if this guy slips his finger or something, I'll wind up dead, right? So he finally did put the gun up, and he says, well, why are you giving the officer a hard time? He says, because he's bullshit. You know it's bullshit. He's rousting people. He's lying about it. That was not a valid sobriety test. They tried to pull on my friend, and I ain't going to put up with it, you know. So if you want to arrest me and charge me with whatever, knock yourselves out. So they took me out of the front seat, put me in the back seat, same deal, strapped me in. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah. I mean, I followed every order and everything else. I didn't give them any grief whatsoever, except that I didn't understand my rights. That pissed them off. But, you know, it's the way it goes. So we start going to the jailhouse, right? He's going the wrong way. And I'm thinking, oh shit, these guys are going to take me out to the Everglades and feed me to the gators. I really believed that for a second there, you know. And I said, you know, you're going the wrong way. I said, what do you mean? I said, this ain't the way to the courthouse or the jailhouse, because they were both the same. So he gets on the radio. He says, this is such and such. How do we get to the jail? I said, well, where are you at? He said, I'm on 951. He says, no, you're supposed to be on Airport Road, you know, which is like 20 miles away. And I'm thinking, you know, this idiot was just lost. He didn't know where he was going, because I really didn't know. You know, he was pretty pissed off that I wouldn't acknowledge my rights. Oh, well, I ruined his fucking DUI arrest, too, so, you know. I mean, the guy, my friend Wayne, he's stone sober. We're in the middle of the highway. It's pitch black out. The cop throws 3 coins on the road about 20 feet from my friend in the dark, and he asked my friend, he says, I need to identify what they are and whether they're heads or tails up. And he's like, I can't even see them. Well, you're going to get arrested for DUI if you don't identify them. So I'm sitting on the car, because the passenger door wouldn't open on that car, so I was sitting on the door with my hands on the roof, and I yelled at him. I said, that's not a valid sobriety test. This is bullshit, you know. You get back in the car, you're going to jail. So I got out of the car, walked over, you know, put my hands on it. Let's go. Well, I'm not kidding. Neither am I. You know. So they did. They arrested me. And when we finally got to the jailhouse, you know, I sat in a room for like 4 hours. They didn't know what the hell to charge me with, because they didn't do anything, you know. Basically, I was protesting a false procedure for DUI. They let my friend go, by the way, you know. So they finally came back and they said, well, we're going to get you with resisting arrest. So I didn't resist arrest. I volunteered for it. Well, we're going to classify as resisting arrest without violence, subcategorized as disobeying a lawful order of a police officer. This is bullshit. It'll never stick. I'll see you in court, you know. And I'm going to sue the shit out of you when I'm done. So I posted bail. It was, what was the bail? Oh, my dad passed it for $1,200 bail. Got out. Like 2 months later, in front of the judge. And the judge threatened, because I went for a jury trial. The judge threatened the jury. I looked at my lawyer. I says, this is bullshit. You better get me an appeal. Well, he has to approve it. I said, that doesn't even make sense. He says, you don't appeal to the judge that's trying you. You appeal to the next judge. I said, either way, you better get me the fuck out of this, because it's going to get ugly. I'm not going to jail for nothing, you know. Well, the funny thing was, the jury came back in like 2 minutes. Guilty, right? Because the cop lied. They wouldn't let my friend Wayne testify on my behalf. And they wouldn't let the auxiliary cop testify, because he would have told the truth too. And that would have, I would have won my case right off the bat. I would have got thrown out of court. So, the jury comes back with a guilty verdict. Oh, fuck, here we go. So, you know, we're going to take a recess. We'll come back for a sentencing. Yeah, whatever. Half an hour later, I'm back in there. Says, well, I'm going to withhold adjudication. You're free to go. So I asked my lawyer, so what the hell does that mean? Well, they're dropping the case, basically. I said, what about my $1,200? Oh, you'll get it back. All right. So then this never really happened. He says, well, not officially. The only reason they did that was to keep me from suing them. Because they knew I was going to sue them. I had an airtight case. They were toast because, years of harassment by them. And I had it up to here with that shit. But they got out of it. So on the books, I was never convicted. Matter of fact, if you look it up, the case doesn't even exist. It never happened. I was like fucking bullshit. But that's the kind of crap that went on. Let's see here. What we got going on here? YouTube is full of videos like that. Yeah, that's true. It is. Like I said, people are nuts. I never resisted arrest, And I knew a lot of the cops at the time, and some were kind of friendly, And they come over, Jim, your neighbors want you arrested. I said, want to try? Well, they say that you broke into her house and tried to rape her. I never did that. Yeah, I know you did, but I got to take you in anyway. I said, all right, let's go, And I beat it because, it never happened, but I never resisted arrest. It was stupid. And I watched on TV or YouTube, somebody gets, popped for shoplifting or whatever the case, speeding. They got warrants out for their arrest. They try and fight the cop. They try and run away. Now you got 4 or 5 extra charges on you. You're screwed. It don't make sense to me, I never ran away. I never put up a fight. Because it's stupid, Because no matter what you say or threaten the cop with, he's just there doing his job. He doesn't care whether you're guilty or innocent. All he knows is you have to be arrested and taken to jail. That's all he cares about, It's the way it is. I don't know. Anyway, it's 10 after 10. I'm going to wrap this up because, I'll go on all fucking night. And we can't have that. I'm glad y'all showed up. It's been a fun conversation as it always is. And I will be here Christmas Day, 6 o'clock p.m., same time, Eastern time. And we'll do a Christmas live stream. And unless something comes up where I can donate some stuff, which I don't see. Although I do have this one thing I want to donate that. Maybe I'll do a contest for that. The ballast gluing machine. I've been looking for an excuse to do it, to give it away, so maybe we'll do the numbers game or something and we'll give that puppy away. So now I'm not really a rebel, Russ. I just, I might have been at the time, but man, I've calmed way the fuck down. Because, it made, at the time, it's like, the only good cop is a dead cop. But you come to think of it after a while, you say, you know what? I don't want to be enemies to any cops. It's better to have a cop in your pocket than one that wants to take you down. So I try and be nice to everybody. All right. Good night all and Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas to everybody. And Tom says, okay, Jim, have a good one. Good night to all. And the chat catch you all later. Derek says, great show, Big Jim. Good night, everyone, and Merry Christmas to all you and your families. And Rick says, Merry Christmas ahead. Merry Christmas, everybody, and hope to see you on Christmas. And hope all your wants and dreams and wishes come true, man, because, why not? Stay out of trouble, have fun, be safe, and we'll see you next week, hopefully. And here's the outro.